Welcome to the National Panorama Single Pan Finals here at the Queen's Park Savannah. Band number 4, Stardust, is on stage. We go straight to the stage. So let me say welcome once again to the Queen's Park Savannah. We are live here on TTT to bring to you the single pan finals. And this is where 30 bands are competing for that top title. My name is Ria Rupchan Singh, and alongside me Marcus Ash, and we will be taking you through part of the evening as we hear these beautiful bands here compete in this competition. It is the PanTrinbago National Panorama Single Pan Finals. Just before we get into the nitty-gritty of things, to let you know what you've missed so far: Pan Stereo Nets, that was band number 1, La Creole Pan Groove, band number 2, and Unistars, band number 3, Stardust, band number 4. So that was the band that that started us off basically in our live coverage here this evening. And their tune of choice was Breakaway, Simeon Superville, the arranger, Clyde Mark, the leader. And to give an idea, because I want to hear your thoughts on that arrangement, but to give an idea of what the judging criteria is, the arrangement, 40 points for arrangement, general performance, 40 points, tone, 10 points, rhythm, 10 points, and maximum points, of course, is 100. Excellent would be 95 to 100%, very good, 75 to 94%, good, 60 to 74. Oh, that's pretty good. And weak, we've got fair as well, 46 to 59. That's a bit toughish for fair, but you know, this is the creme de la creme.
Yes.
And weak, 1 to 45%. So that's how the marks are going to be designated for each of these 30 bands competing here. And we are in fact getting ready for band number 5, Massacre Steel Orchestra, out of Arima. But Stardust, Marcus, just competed. What would you say?
I think Stardust came out this year with a difference. From the preliminary round, you could have heard it. Simeon did his homework and he came back this year. It was one, after the preliminary round, I made a comment and I said I was pleasantly surprised by a few bands, and that was one of those bands that I was pleasantly surprised by. I expected them to come well, and that they did. Simeon, he understood the assignment. Arrangement-wise, you could have heard the motive going right through. It wasn't an overkill. It wasn't under par either.
Yeah.
So I won't be surprised if he plays well. He would have come around 20th or somewhere around there in the preliminary.
It was 20th, yeah.
And I believe it was a tie for 20th there as well. But Simeon did well. Simeon is a graduate of UE. So he came out here, and as I mentioned earlier, you're going to see a lot of graduates from the UE, the UTT, and current. The young ones are coming out for them this evening. Besides what you would have broken down with the judging criteria, if I may explain, the judges, in the preliminary round, you would have had 4 judges. So judge number 1, 2, 3, 4. No one knew who was what. At the end of the judging, we would draw for positions and select an alternate whose score would immediately vanish.
Right.
So it would be out of 300 points. At the finals here now, and if we had the semis, it would have been the same. You have 6 judges. So you have judge number 1 to 6. No one knows who the alternate is.
Okay.
And at the end of the judging, you would let each one of them draw for their numbers, and whoever gets the alternate, their scores are eliminated along with the highest and lowest.
Okay.
So it eliminates that sense of bias that happens there. So it remains out of 300. So I could see an improvement here from the preliminaries to the finals with Stardust Steel Orchestra.
And just to give an idea of who those judges are, we've got Bernadette Roberts, Damian Phillip, Lambert Phillip, Richard Pear, Roger Sardinia, and Stephanie Powell. So those are the 6 judges.
Correct.
And none of them know who the alternate is. So
no,
they don't know which
know
one.
that.
Nobody knows who that is just
Not
yet.
even PanTrinbago would know.
That's only going to be happening at the end of the competition.
Correct.
When they're tallying all the points to figure out, who's first.
Correct.
And however they place this evening. So we are getting ready for Massacre Steel Orchestra that placed 5th in the preliminary round
but
of the
may
competition.
I add that they are the defending
There
champ.
you go.
They
and
are
they
one half of the
So
defending
would you say,
champ.
and that was the question I was going to ask, would you say that this is the band that you need to look at right now?
This
Because
is one.
remember they came first in 2020.
Correct.
And they tied. but they placed 5th in the preliminary round.
Correct. In 2020, when they came first, they didn't place first at the preliminary round either. And don't count out Marlon White. Marlon White is not to be taken seriously. I mean, lightly.
Lightly, yes.
Marlon White, that's a friend of mine.
Yeah.
I say not loosely because he's that type of friend that your parents warn you about.
Oh, my. You're selling out the boy now.
Marlon! But Marlon is one, when he places in the round before, he knows how to scrap a tune and rebuild. And he knows how to do his homework.
Oh, gosh.
And Marlon is not going to take that 5th place very lightly.
No,
so
he is going to want to retain that title.
That's right.
And I don't think he's going to want a tie this time.
He's never tied.
In 2020 was San Juan East Side.
And in 2016 was Trinidad East Side when he tied.
Yes, so he doesn't want that. He wants supremacy on his own.
He is a 2-time champion, but both times they were tied. So let's see if he can get one clean on his own.
So we're getting ready now for band number 5. We are live here at the Queen's Park Savannah Massacre and Steel Orchestra. Pan by Storm is their tune of choice. Ken Professor Fillmore, and he is surely missed, is the composer. Keith Designer Prescott, the singer Marlon White, the arranger.
Yes, the band playing in position number 5. Let's try it once again for the band hailing from Arima.
The winning numbers in the National Lottery online draws for Wednesday, 7th December 2022 at 10:30 a.m. Playway, the number 15, Sick Woman, Mega Ball called. Pick 2, the numbers 6 and 9, in that order. Pick 4, the numbers 4, 4, 3 and 2, in that order. At 1 p.m. Playway, the number 30, House Cat, Mega Ball called. Pick 2, the numbers 5 and 27, in that order, Mega Ball called. Pick 4, the numbers 1, 9, 7 and 6, in that order. At 4 p.m. Playway, the number 1, Centipede. Pick 2, the numbers 17 and 2, in that order, Mega Ball called. Pick 4, the numbers 3, 4, 3 and 4, in that order. And at 7 p.m. Playway, the number 2, Old Lady. Pick 2, the numbers 30 and 20, in that order. Pick 4, the numbers 6, 0, 1 and 7, in that order. Cashpot, the numbers 9, 1, 19, 5 and 20 in any order, and the multiplier is 2.
The cleaning crew.
At the Queen's Park Savannah, it is a National Panorama Single Pan Finals. 30 bands competing for the top prize. And we just heard Massacre and Steel Orchestra, a band out of Massacre Street in Arima, led by Cindy Roseman. Lenny Vera is the tuner for the band. Pan by Storm Ken, Professor Fillmore. And a song sung by Design. Marlon White, the arranger for this band. What did you think?
It takes you had to have guts to arrange a song like this, because anybody who understands, after 1990,
you went there.
After 1990 with Fun Claire.
You went there.
To come back and recreate. And a couple of years ago, with, I believe it was Trinidad East Side, Carl and Harewood did it over, and I think he placed second or somewhere up there high. Marlon decided, you know what, I'm going to give it a try. Nobody seemed to be able to make that hit. And Marlon
and he came out
there punching.
Came out, yes.
There's a lot of improvement from the preliminary round. The preliminary round was really dynamic. But he understood the assignment. Marlon understands music. He took a technique called text painting. So instead of just motivic and melodic and rhythmic and harmonic development and all the jazz that they asked for in the criteria, he decided, you know what, let me tell a story and let me paint a story. So instead of just developing with the music, what Marlon did was that he created effects to paint that imagery in your head. And that's what they call text painting in music. So at the beginning, by the time you had you already hearing the rain starting to fall there.
Yes.
And as he get into the song, where he flipped, it had to have like a stick flipping moment. You actually hear the storm, the rain is coming down now. And at the end, there was just, it gone crazy. The storm was there. You saw the pyrotechnic where he used the confetti in silver, of course.
That was beautiful.
Give that visual to do with the musical imagery in your head. That rain effect. So he just took it all home. His engine room, I'm particularly impressed with. Massacre is no stranger to a tight rhythm section. After all, you have Jerry and Williams there on your drummer. That's one of the top drummers when it comes to being paid. I ain't going to talk the business, but it's one of those in-demand drummers. Jerry on, you have people like Lisa and Jacobs, and they are in demand. So he had a tight rhythm section, and he is one of those bands in Arima that really fight to remain at the top. Between him and Trinidad Nostalgic, they always at war for who should remain the top band in Arima, and I love that war. Now, there are several single band bands in Arima, about 5 to 6 of them, and they all come out, and you're going to hear from a number of them as we go down. So I just can't wait to see what they're going to have to offer.
The rest of the bands, because I mean, we've got 5 bands that competed already. Let me just remind you of who they are. Pan Serenettes, Stereonettes, La Creole Pan Groove, Unistars, Stardust, and we just did Massacre and Steel Orchestra. We're getting ready for Gonzalez Shakers out of Lamb Street in Gonzalez.
Yes.
Another one of those bands. And Out and Bad is their tune of choice. This one is a little more recent,
Correct.
but that's fine, and we're hearing it being played. Keisha Codrington is the arranger for this band. Aaron St. Louis, of course, voice, the singer and composer for Out and Bad. And committee, the band is led by the committee, yes. So also Pan's tune by Keisha Codrington. And you know what I love this about the Codrington family? And you know, they have grown so much in Pan, playing Pan and arranging Pan, being a part of the industry.
Correct.
So I'm looking to hear, and I said looking to hear, what Keisha is actually going to be arranging for this band.
Carrie and Karen would be,
gosh.
well, I mean, Karen recently deceased, but she would have been proud.
I know.
They make good children.
I know.
I love that
they
family.
They definitely did.
I love that
They
family.
definitely did. And you know, as you said, I was also going to say about Professor will be smiling down at Massacre and stay for that.
Oh, yes.
So we're getting ready now. They're all decked off in their teal. Teal, mind you. Not many people know that as. And as Gonzalez Shakers, band number 6, Out and Bad, their tune of choice. It's arranged by Keisha Codrington.
Ian Fly Hubert. A moment of silence, please. Thank you very much. Band number 6, Gonzalez Shakers, Out and Bad.
And I am clapping simply because the performances thus far, the competition is really stiff live here at the Queen's Park Savannah. It is the National Panorama Single Pan Finals, and that was band number 6, Gonzalez Shakers, and their band Out and Bad. And as we're talking pan, we must speak with, of course, the president of PanTrinbago, Madam Beverly Ramsey Moore.
Good evening. Good evening.
Good evening. Welcome to TTT. Welcome to Talk City 91.1 as well. How does it feel to be back in the Savannah?
Wow. It's a wow moment for all of us. It has been 2 years. 2 years. And even though, you know, during the pandemic, we would have done virtual events, but to be back in the Savannah for a competition. Now, we were here earlier on for a taste
of
Carnival, but now we are here actually starting the Carnival of 2023 from November with our single pan bands, our heritage pan. They are the alpha.
Oh, gosh.
Yes.
You know, you say that, and I was looking earlier on at the first band that came on stage, and it was the Defense Force, actually, when they just, you know, they introduced
the presentation,
the whole competition. And I thought to myself, oh my goodness, I miss this so much. Because the sound of the pans, the light shining on the pans, the whole atmosphere of the panorama competition, and it's back.
That's right. You know, we say pan is spirit, because the moment you see that pan, there is a feeling of love. There is a feeling of, you know, unity, togetherness. That's right. That's what pan does.
Have you had any in the time to prepare this? I know there was, of course, the flooding that, you know, postponed the semi-final round, which is why 30 bands are here now. Have you, in fact, encountered any other problems getting to this point? And are you happy with making the decision of moving the competitions in the way that they are now?
Yes, it is much better for our players and for their communities. What you are seeing with the single pan bands is a higher standard of performance, because now you have better players and the arrangers, they are now able to do a number of bands because we have spread the time out. Every category has its moment, and I think they are enjoying it. And it's good for us too in terms of organization and management, because we were doing over sometimes close to 200 bands in the short space of time that you call the carnival season. We are saying there is no season for pan. So we start the carnival from November.
Even though it's Christmas.
Even though Christmas and carnival, everyting goes on.
It's our culture.
That's right.
And, you know, I remember the time when the finals of this competition would sometimes go into 7 o'clock in the morning.
That's not going to happen again.
And I thank you for that.
Yes.
And I think, too, as you said, you know, it makes the arrangers have more time with their band, so they don't have to actually split it between the small, the medium, and the large bands. They can focus all their attention on the actual single pan bands. What has it been like? You've been president for a while, and I must say I was so happy because Cassin Chalmers, I told you, it is my favorite Tobago band. What has it been like for you for president, and especially the first woman president of PanTrinbago?
Well, it has been challenges, but you know what? I was definitely up to the challenge. And I have a nice team, our events committee, a number of young people full of energy. So in terms of the work itself, execution is done by a number of young people. So that is off my shoulders. Whenever I come to a show, it's just to sit back, relax, and enjoy. So that is what is amazing, and I want to really commend the events committees. So far, they have been doing a fantastic job, and they have been rolling out this event, as you see. The bands are moving quickly, and I know we are going to definitely have a fantastic evening.
Now, I don't want to call it too quick to a close, but I mean, this is the finals of the single band category. How is it? How are the other bands progressing? Because pretty soon we're going to have the small, medium, and large.
Yes,
so how is that coming along?
Very good. We are moving into the small judging next week. And after the small, we move to the medium, and then the large as a standalone finals. We take the medium finals to Tobago. We had it there in 2020, and it was great. So I am well pleased with what I'm seeing. I really want to commend all the band leaders for working with us so that we not only just play pan, but we share an experience. And that is what we want to do. It must definitely be an experience when you come to a steel pan event. You must have a wonderful experience. And I'm so happy that I could have been at the forefront of that. And we really, really want to thank Trinidad and Tobago for the massive support they have been giving us.
Now, you said that the medium bands, now it was taken to Tobago the last time that we had the medium band finals.
That's right.
What was the participation like? And do you think now that we've had the Tobago Carnival that may help a little bit in drawing more of a crowd to the media band category?
Of course. It was, I mean, for us, it was a shock. When we had held the first show in Tobago, we had a massive turnout because we saw that as a product of pan tourism, moving people from between Trinidad and Tobago, and for the diaspora and for those Tobagonians who are living abroad to come home and have a wonderful time. And it did happen, and we look forward to doing it in 2023.
Thank you so much for taking the time and talking with us here on TTT and Talk City 91.1 FM. The president of PanTrinbago herself, Beverly Ramsey Moore, as we are getting ready for band number 7.
Yes.
And it is Royal Stars Pan Symphony, a band out of Coconut Drive in Mover. Their tune of choice, an Ella Andel song, festival song, arranged by Kenneth Guppy.
To band number 7, Royal Stars Pan Symphony, festival song. Band number 7, Royal Stars Pan Symphony and the Festival Song.
Merry Christmas!
Visit the store, you better shop online. You better call us now, I'm telling you why. DePastoys.com is coming to receive your list. We know your every wish. We have the best brands. We have the best prices.
DePastoys.com has the best toys at the best prices. Visit us in-store at Movietown, Port of Spain, Forces Flagship Mabine, or shop online now at DeBestToys.com.
DePastoys.com is coming to you.
Welcome back to TTT and Talk City 91.1 FM. This is where we are bringing to you the Panorama Single Pan Finals live from the Queen's Park, Savannah. And we just heard from band number 7, Royal Stars Pan Symphony, a band led by Johansson Clark. Pan's tuned by Rodney Stone, their tune of choice, Festival Song. It's an Ella Andel song and arranged by Kenneth Guppy. And that's a band when they came out, you know, with the festival song, Ella Andel style.
Yep.
Dressed, even the band members were dressed in that way as well.
Correct.
So they came up with their dances and all of that, and they really put every effort into this performance.
I love that band. Another East Port of Spain band. That is a
From
Mova.
Coconut Drive, Mova.
That's correct. And again, at least 80 to 90% of this band are homegrown. They are locally based. You see, Trisha is the PRO, and Cillian, and they worked with the young people. This pandemic that we just had, while everybody cloaked up inside, they were grooming those players. Because I mean, I say something, Kenneth Copy, who arranged, his music is not for the faint of heart. You can't just walk in a pan yard now trying to learn to play pan and play his arrangement. And if you look at the demographic, it's a lot of young players they have there. And to execute at that level, that was another band that I was pleasantly surprised at the preliminary night. And I told them, I said, the only problem I had was the acoustic.
Oh.
Where you all were, but the execution was on point. I said, don't worry at the semi-finals, which never happened, but now that at the finals, everyone is at the same playing field.
Yeah, that's right.
And everyone have the same acoustic. Go out there and do what you did there. And when I told them that, I said, Trisha, I called Rodney Stowe, the tuner. I said, Rodney, I'm pleasantly surprised. It's a band of children, young persons who came, they learned, they were groomed, and now they're ready for action. And right there, another part of East Port of Spain where we see young persons not picking up that gun, but instead picking up a pan stick.
Yeah.
And coming out for a musical war.
Yeah.
I love it.
And that is what I like pan about. And teaching the young ones the pan
That's
as
right.
well. They are teaching them that the national instrument, the pan. And they actually did place 27th in the preliminary round with 249 points. So we're going to see how they do with
I
this.
was shocked at that 27th place. I
you
thought they would have been
done
higher.
better.
But I'd leave that for the judges
Yeah.
to do. I am not the judge.
Yeah.
So we'll see where it goes. Good luck to Mova.
And as we speak of the judges, just to give you once again the judging criteria, the marking rubric, as they call it. There's arrangement, general performance, tone, rhythm, and maximum points. And the maximum points are 100. And for arrangement, you get 40 points, general performance 40, tone 10, and rhythm 10. And that's how you get yes. And the judges, as I did mention to you earlier, They are Bernadette Roberts, Damian Phillip, Lambert Phillip, Richard Pear, Roger Sardinia, and Stephanie Power. So those are the judges. That's how they're going to be judging these 30 bands here this evening here at the Queen's Park Savannah, as we in fact get ready for band number 8. Yep, band number 8 out of 30 bands. We started just after 6, about maybe 6:15 when the first band may have played. And New Pioneers Pan Groove, their tune of choice, Get Something and Wave, and it's arranged by Sean Marcano. This is band number 8.
Pan's tuned by Desmond Maple Richardson. Their tune of choice, Get Something and Wave. A Super Blue Austin Lions composition arranged by Sean Marcano. Put your hands together and let's welcome on stage band number 8, the New Pioneer Pan Groove. Get Something and Wave. That's the New Pioneers, Pan Groove in position number 8. Get something and wave.
Hola everyone, this is Alicia Jagasa inviting you to the biggest ever Soca Parang Fiesta for Christmas season 2022. It's a tribute to Kenny J. It's happening on Saturday the 10th of December at Supper Showtime 6 p.m. and Sunday the 11th of December at Napa Showtime 4:30 p.m. I am going to be there with the big band Los Alumnos de San Juan, and I want you to bring your family and friends to hear us and many more wonderful artists. See you there.
The countdown has started for the most joyful, entertaining Christmas event ever.
Get your tickets now to be a part of Soca Parang Fiesta in tribute to Kenny J. Enjoy top stars like Myron B,
with a broken man like me,
Alicia Jagasa, Rokro, Marcia Miranda, Posa, Marilyn Williams, Rome, Eddie Charles, Ninja, Bindley B, the Xavier String, the Alumnos de San Juan, and your host for both nights, Dr. Ross.
If you need a roller stick, Hollywood man, for free.
All happening at Soca Parang Fiesta
This Saturday,
10th December, Sapa San Fernando, 6 p.m.
This Sunday,
Sunday 11th, Napa Port of Spain, 4:30 p.m. General admission tickets cost $300. Special reserve available on request.
Tickets also on sale at the venue all day of the show till showtime. For more info, call 331-4285.
And we are back at the Queen's Park Savannah, bringing to you live the National Panorama Single Pan Finals. My name is Ria Rupchanting, alongside me, Marcus Ash, and we have been here since the show basically started at just about 10 after 6 thereabouts. Almost on time, which is pretty good. And so far, 8 bands have crossed the Savannah stage. We are in fact waiting for band number 9, which is the Trinidad and Tobago Fire Service Steel Orchestra, but New Pioneers Pan Group and their rendition of Get Something and Wave, arranged by Sean Marcano, was just on stage. I know that we've got the other band coming up very shortly, but New Pioneers Pan Group actually placed 18th in the preliminary round. They actually did not make it into the finals at all in 2020. What did you think of their arrangement?
I think it was a comeback. Sean works hard. He tries his best, and that is another Arima band. And you have to understand how it happened. Arima has probably the most single pan bands in one cluster. You have New Pioneers, you have Trinidad Nostalgic Pan, and the Move Massacre not too far away, Pan Elite's not too far away, Cookery Road. It doesn't end with single pan. And when you are judging Arima on that preliminary night, everyone's back is against the wall because the judges is going around and hearing everyone. So Sean, you could see that he really did his best. And this song is so relevant because there was no curfew. Now, granted, it would have been 1991, which it would have originally been done because of the coup.
That's right, attempted coup.
Attempted coup.
Yeah.
And you come back now after 2 years of curfew. It was stress. It's a celebrated. You have to celebrate that we have no curfew in this pandemic. So it's more a celebration. It's relevant to the time, and he really came forward and did what he had to do. Sean is somebody, like I say, the one thing you would notice with the Arima bands as well, you'd see some familiar faces. It's a clique, it's a cabal. They support each other. They support each other around that Arima. Because you would even see Sean play with other bands in the area as well. It's more of a help and support for all to make it out. And the Arima bands represented well, and most of them, if not all, got out. Pan Elite was out. Nostalgic was out, Massacre was out,
yes.
Panini Move was out, New Pioneers out. And when I say out, meaning into the finals.
Yes.
So
And
you have
as
good
you're saying that, I'm
representation.
thinking that, it's the Arima community, it's Arima people, and while it's stiff competition within Arima itself, they still come together and they still band together as a group of people from the Arima area, and whichever one goes, we're going for it.
Exactly. They have a good bit to choose from.
I know. Band number 9 is up next, and that's Trinidad and Tobago Fire Service Steel Orchestra. Their tune of choice is Caribbean Connection. We've heard that playing. Lester Paul is the composer, Merchant, the singer of that tune, and Terence B.J. Marcel. Of course, we all know Terence B.J. Marcel. One of the older ones, you're talking about the newer arrangers, but here's Terence, and that's band number 9. They did actually play 6th in the preliminary round, so this is a force to be reckoned with as well. So we get ready for band number 6, Trinidad and Tobago Fire Service Steel Orchestra, live here at the Queen's Park Savannah. Band number 9, the Trinidad and Tobago Fire Service Steel Orchestra, out of Fire Service headquarters on Brightson Road in Port of Spain. And that their tune of choice, Caribbean Connection, sung by Merchant, composed by Leston Paul, and arranged by Terence B.J. Marcel. And one thing I wanted to say about that was fiery. That was, and you know, at the same time that I said that, oh gosh, this is like real fire, then they panned on the backs of their jerseys, and all of them had fire.
I'm sure my face has to be greasy right now. I have to be sweating.
It was wow.
Yes.
And this band placed 6th in the preliminary round. And mind you, in 2020, they placed 7th in the finals.
Yes.
So look at that.
But don't count them out. Don't count them
no,
out. Let me
I'm not. They actually improved.
No, but
somewhat.
that B.J. Marcel, let me explain something. Before there was a Duvon Stewart in single pan,
there was B.J.
There was a B.J. Marcel.
Yes.
In 1998, 99, 2000, 2001, with Arima All-Stars, B.J. came and before that you had Sonny Dankler and they that did it in the 80s. He came and started a trend. In 2005, he came back and win. Then he started to get a little cocktail. So you know what? He went up to small category and he said, I'm going to beat you all here. And seven times or so he won in the small category. Don't count out BJ.
Not at all. Not at all.
BJ
BJ is a master. Not counting on BJ at all.
Caribbean Connection. This is nothing new to him. He did an arrangement of that in 2020 actually with Cats and Jammers in the medium category. And to swing to bring that from conventional to single pan, you had to have a certain level of skill there.
Of course.
The presentation, you saw the Caribbean flags.
The flags and everything, you know, the different cultures and all that.
I have to big up my girl Rhonda Alec, who was waving flag. She's normally waving flag for All Stars and Fire Service in the single pan, St. Margaret's in the small category. So you always see her there. These things make up what we see today. And what I like as well, you would see actual fire officers playing. This is not fire band where they just go and grab up a whole street load of players. You had Devon John playing, Kun Kiza, Adana Pompey, Anderson, Songi. You had a good bit of them that actually they're playing who from the service. So when they're not out in fire or washing down an accident, they're actually practicing.
Oh my gosh.
So I love it. It was one of those performances that you're definitely going to see making it somewhere up in the
top 10 maybe.
We still have about 20 something bands to go.
Yep, because we're only up to 21 actually, because that was band number 9.
Right, so 21 bands to go. So, you know, I mean, you don't know, we may have a surprise here tonight.
And Duvon still to come.
And Carlon, the next defending champion.
That's right, they're still to come.
And we have some new blood as well.
That's right. Because you keep talking about the new blood, the new folks, the
count
younger
out
ones
the
as
old.
well.
Do not count out the old. BJ, Carlon, Duvon, they could still beat and teach. While you come in, they're beating you still. So let us not count them out.
That's good for the competition.
It is. It
is
is
excellent for the
succession
competition.
planning. We're
Yes,
moving forward,
yes.
but we still have something present. I love it.
And coming up, band number 10. Yes, we are up to band number 10. San Juan All Stars Steel Orchestra out of a favorite. Out of Saddle Road in San Juan. Their tune of choice, Pan, Night and Day. Alwyn Roberts, of course, Lord Kitchener, Ronaldo de Pisa.
The Ronaldo de Pisa.
The arranger for the band.
Yes. That is a UTT graduate. And on top of that, he is the young arranger, which I like his style because he know the rules and he break the rules. To break the rules, you have to know the rules.
Yeah.
He goes out of his comfort zone. We're going to see it.
Yeah, so we're getting ready for this. Band number 10 as we are live here on TTT and Talk City 91.1 FM. San Juan All Stars Steel Orchestra plays 27th
Don't
in
worry
the preliminary
about
round.
that.
We'll hear how much they've done and how much work they've done. Pan Night and Day, their tune of choice. Ronaldo de Pisa is the arranger. Band number 10.
Pan Night and Day, composed by Alwyn Roberts, sung by Lord Kitchener. The arranger, Ronaldo, musician de Pisa. Ladies and gentlemen, this band is requesting a moment of silence as they remember their former manager, Miss Sandra Hammett. A moment of silence, please. Let's hear it for band number 10, San Juan All Stars Steel Orchestra.
TTT News, online and fully interactive. Follow us on social media at TTT Live Online.
Welcome to tonight's Lotto Plus draw, supervised by independent auditors KPMG and presided over by the National Lotteries Control Board. Good luck, everyone.
Script. Okay. Good evening. It's Wednesday, December 7th, 2022. We begin with our Lotto Plus multiplier draw, where you can make your money multiply and win up to $1 million. First, let's see this evening's multiplier. And the multiplier is 20. That number again is 20. Now let's draw your lucky Lotto Plus numbers, where you could be the winner of $5,676,244.88. The first number is 6. The second number is 14. The third number is 31. The fourth number is 2. And the fifth number is 22. Now for tonight's Powerball. And tonight's Powerball number is 2. I'll repeat, tonight's winning Lotto Plus numbers in any order are 6, 14, 31, 2 and 22, and the Powerball number is 2. With a multiplier 20. Congratulations to all our lucky winners. Our Lotto Plus multiplier costs an additional $5 and applies to non-jackpot prizes. The NLCB urges you to try our new bet slips. Players must be 18 years and over. Please continue to play safely and responsibly. Join us on Saturday at 8:30 p.m. for the next Lotto Plus draw. Remember, winners always play Lotto Plus.
Anytime you leave your keys in the ignition when you pull up to your driveway, you make yourself an easy target for theft and robbery. Make it tough for criminals. Don't give them a chance. Switch off your engine, remove your keys, and stay alert.
A message from the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service.
Visit us in-store at Newtown, Port of Spain, Horses Flagship Mabine, or shop online now at dbesttoys.com.
Line and Length, the #1 cricket program in the West Indies, is on TTT. Line and Length brings you up-to-date interviews, analysis, and highlights on the game in the region and internationally. Plus, there's an added bonus to receive a gift of gear each month with our grassroots program. Go to lineandlength.net to learn more. Line and Length in association with Massey United Insurance on TTT.
Enjoying the music here at the Queen's Park Savannah for the National Panorama Single Pan Finals. We are into, yes, the final competition. 30 bands are here competing against each other. And we've got band number 11 almost set up on stage, almost ready to go. Pan Elite Steel Orchestra out of the corner of Dion Lendo and Mount Pleasant Road in Arima, another Arima band. Barbara, pronounce that for me, Maturen Bailey?
Correct, Barbara Bailey.
I almost got it. We're getting a nice breeze here in the Savannah. A beautifully cool breeze in the Queen's Park Savannah. I'm loving it. Long time their tune of choice, Alphonsus Cassell.
Arrow.
They had to put Alphonsus Cassell, but yes, we know him as Arrow. And long time, Tristan Marcano is the arranger for this band.
That's the tallest arranger in town. He's just under 5 feet. Also known as Shorts.
So how do they in the back see him?
He jumps high. For his height, he jumps really high. Tristan Marcano is another graduate of UTT.
So
another exceptional. I told you tonight is going to have a lineup of them coming down the line. So Tristan Marcano, he has been working with the band not just for Panorama, but the stage side. It's a functioning band all year long. I like them. This band belongs to Anthony Walker as well, the chairman of the Eastern Region. Proud member. I'm sure he's somewhere in the middle of the band there trying to, make himself present. But Tristan do a lot of good work. The preliminaries, I think they came 8th.
Yes, they came 8th in the preliminaries.
And Tristan, there was stuff to fix, and I know Tristan would work them to fix that. So we're going to wait and see what they come in with. But Tristan is another young arranger that I said dynamic. He has a lot of growing to do, but not musically alone. Physically.
Oh, the shots that you are taking at this poor gentleman.
That's my brother. I could afford to do that. Pekong is what made us in the pan.
No,
really
I think once you're playing pan, once you're in the pan, you have to learn to take.
You take talk, but you have to give talk as well.
You have to learn to take
You have to take talk and give talk. Tristan, I wish you all the best, my brother. Just like I wish Ronaldo, and just like I wish all the others coming down, good luck. You're one of the young ones, and I hope you make it through.
And that's what I like to see. I really like to see, and I keep saying that, the younger rangers, doing something, making a difference, because after the older ones go, and I mean, God forbid, we don't want that to happen, but somebody has to carry on and take that mantle and, and do. This is our culture. This is Trinidad and Tobago. This is the national instrument of Trinidad and Tobago.
There is a song that the spiritual Baptists sing. We're going to shout last night. We go shout tonight. We go shout tomorrow night. We go shout forevermore. And that's the reason why this faith will never die. Because the young ones have to come before the old ones die. And it's the same. Beverly Ramsey always say, Pan is spirit.
She did.
She said it in the interview.
She did, yes.
Well, I'm quoting again. Pan is spirit. It will never die because the young ones will come before the old ones die. And we have this thing now. We have young tuners coming up. Kyle Noel, Augusta Sweeters, Kaija Codrington, Juma Simmons. You have them coming up. You have young arrangers coming up, young drill masters, young captains of bands. So, and not just they coming up, but you have the older ones that are actually helping in the situation, helping pass on. And that is why we appreciate those older ones who have gone the road before.
So we're getting ready now. Band number 11 out of 30 bands at this final competition. Pan Elite Steel Orchestra out of Arima. Their song Long Time and their arranger Tristan Marcano. Band number 11, we go stage side.
Pan's tuned by Leonard Lira. Their tune of choice, Long Time, composed by Alphonsus Cassell. sung by Alphonsus Castle, also known as Arrow. The arranger, Tristan Marcano. Let's hear it for the band playing in position number 11, Pan Elite Steel Orchestra.
Band number 11, Pan Elite Steel Orchestra, out of Dion Landor and Mount Pleasant Road in Arima. Their tune of choice, Long Time. It's, of course, Arrow, and it's a band that was arranged by Tristan Marcano. What do you think?
That was a fantastic arrangement. Shorts, as we know him as.
Wow, the jabs this fella getting.
It was, no, his name, everybody in Pan call him
I
Shorts.
know, but he is pretty short, actually, yeah.
Shorty did a fantastic job. It was more polished than the preliminary round.
Speaking of.
Yes, he's passing. So it's more polished than the actual preliminary round. And what I like, some bands, when they do an arrangement, you would think it's Snackorama, and I'll explain. Everything is a sample here and a sample there and a sample, and you want to sample this snack and you sample that snack. He didn't do that. He opted to actually go the route of, you use, remember those times we used to rock away.
Yep.
You're doing long time, you use your quotes and then you get out.
Yeah.
You understand? And that's what I like about him. So raise your hand if you want a jam. You must have that in your jam, in the arrangement. He utilized it. So things that you expect, you got. Things that you didn't expect, you also got. He was able to pull it. I enjoyed that arrangement. It is one that will be remembered. It is one that I think should place in at least the top half of the competition. I am not calling any top 3 or top 5, not even a top 10. I say top half.
I'm not even going to do that either. I'm not. Because as we keep saying, and we always saying, what we think, what we believe, what we hear, is totally different sometimes from what the judges do.
Sometimes.
So I'm not making that those judgments at all. I'm leaving that to the judges. As we are, in fact, getting ready for another band, band number 12, which is a TNT, Prison Service Steel Orchestra. And, we've got the basically all the services. We've got the Army, the regiment, fire, and police.
Right, but the regiment, as much as they were a single pan at the beginning, they will be competing in the small category of the conventional. They did that just,
just to bring in the show,
Correct.
And I tell you, the power of that instrument and to hear it, because it's been 2 years since I've actually heard Pan in the Savannah. So it was like, wow.
Yes.
And, if I was thinking, maybe I have second thoughts or some thoughts about coming out for another Panorama, because it's going to be big. Hearing that, I'm like, no, I have to be here at the Savannah for the rest of the competition, which is, as, Beverly said, it's actually going to take small bands, I think, next week is what she said.
Next week, the preliminary start.
They're starting next week.
And then January, you would have the semis and finals.
So, we're moving along swiftly, and the TNT Prison Service Orchestra is Steel Orchestra, and this is out of the Prison Sports Club facility, Golden Grove Road in Arouca.
Yes.
So pretty close to Arima, but still safe, different places. Darwin Greenwich is the tuner, the leader for this band. Take a Borrow is their tune of choice. Masha Montano and Ecstatic, of course, sung by them. And Nathaniel Cricks Fleming is the arranger for this band.
Cricks.
Everybody's got a nickname, right?
So by Leonard Lira.
You will notice about all of these bands that have competed thus far. We're up to band number 12 out of 30. Is that all of them are bringing it this evening? They're coming out full force, full costume, full everything.
That's right.
Everything they're bringing, because everybody wants to take that top spot.
That's right.
So they're announcing band number 12 placed 13 in the preliminary round of competition. TNT Prison Service Steel Orchestra. Band number 12, the TNT Prison Service Steel Orchestra out of Golden Grove Road in Aruca. And their tune of choice, Take a Borrow, of course, sung by Masha Montano and Ecstatic, arranged by Nathaniel Cricks Fleming. They placed 13th in the preliminaries and in 2020, 14th.
At the finals.
At the finals.
Yes. So you could see an improvement already there. Is a band that is not really as experienced as some of the other service bands. It's good to see some of the service men, meaning the prison officers who actually are prison officers, are playing in the band as well. Led by Darren Greenedge, also known as Pharaoh. He's a trustee in PanTrinbago, on the board of PanTrinbago. Actually, that's the band that he comes from. And that would have been him conducting the band in front there. You saw Malcolm and Nathan, and those are panists who are prison officers that would have been playing in the band as well. Good job for them though, much more polished than entering. I mean, we had to enter the actual prison compound to listen to them. So
wow, oh my.
When we went in the sports club area there, I was like, where am I going?
So you had to go through security and all that
well,
type
we
of
didn't
thing?
have to go through security. Where we were
the
entering
area that
from, they made it clear for us.
All right.
And we listened to them and thing, and then we had to pass through to get out. I was like, all right, I could safely say I've been to prison.
I don't want to go back. Except to hip-hop.
And they added a lot of elements. They used the chutney inside of it. You had the tassa and those things. So they just basically used different styles to develop the music. Cricks, though, another UTT graduate. They lined up back-to-back. Ronaldo, Shorts, Cricks now. So Cricks and I go way back to Laventil days. That's my neighbor, Miss Susie's son. You could talk about Miss Woodley, his grandmother, who had a little parlor, and you go and you trust your little snacks and thing and pay on the weekend. Those were the old days. And Cricks came a long way as well. He from there he went and he studied and come out and doing his thing now. So I'm proud of him.
All right. So we're getting ready for band number 13, Scrunters Pan Groove. And this their tune of choice, Mash Up Blacks. And Alexis Leaky Hope is Lecky. I
Another
really do need my
UTT.
glasses. Another UTT. But Marcus, I must say, you know, it has been a pleasure working with you. Band number 13 is getting set up on stage, but this is where I take my leave for this evening. Ruskin Mark is actually going to be in with you. Continuing on for the rest of the competition, of course, 30 bands, as we keep saying, all from the preliminary round came into the final round because of the unfortunate from they bypassed in a sense the semi-final round.
Yes.
So none of them, whoever would have made it into the semi-finals, they come straight through to the
that was
finals
an act
here.
of God.
It had to happen. So we're getting ready for band number 13, and then Ruskin Mark is going to be in with you right after this, speaking with Marcus, taking you through to band number 30. Scrunters Pan Group plays 30 in the prelims.
Yeah, they literally got in
3-0, so they just skated in.
Let's see how they work.
Let's see how they do with mashup. Let's see if they mash it up with Blacks. And Alexis Lecky Hope is the arranger for this band. Rudolph Hope is the leader of this band. Do have a good evening. The action continues here at the Queen's Park Savannah on TTT and Talk City 91.1 FM.
And matchup. Mashup in position number 13. Grand Finals of the Single Pan Bands Panorama 2023.
The winning numbers in the National Lottery Online Lotto Plus draws for Wednesday, 7th December 2022 are 6, 14, 31, 2, and 22 in any order. The Powerball number is 2, and the multiplier number is 20.
Merry Christmas!
Visit the store, you better shop online. You better call us now, I'm telling you why. The besttoys.com is coming to you. Receive your list. We know your every wish. We have the best brands. We have the best prices.
DBestToys.com has the best toys at the best prices. Visit us in-store at Movietown, Port of Spain, Forces Flagship Mabine, or shop online now at DBestToys.com.
A very good evening to one and all. I'm Ruskin, taking over from Ria. Of course, you know this Mr. Ash here. He's been here with you all evening long, and we've had some amazing performances. We just heard from another band, band number 13, and giving another strong performance here. How do you rate that particular performance?
It was way better in terms of polished performance than the preliminary, and you saw where he took the opportunity that he got to drill and work it and come into the finals. Because this band would have placed 30th in the preliminary round, as I would have mentioned to Ria earlier. And going into the semi-final round, they would have drawn number 2 to play out of 30 bands going in. So you saw their back against the wall, and they were one that, actually they were one of the few bands so far that we heard for the night that pulled a number that got a later number this time.
Okay.
And you saw where they were able to actually improve on it. Scrunters is no stranger to the finals. They are no stranger to winning. They are the champs from 1986 and 1996 with Tommy Critchlow. So you have a band that is all too familiar with the competition from pan round the neck to single pan band. They've been consistent. So I have no doubt that they are going to do well this evening. So I just look forward for what the judges would say, because I'm not trying to judge anybody right now, especially. What I like about them in terms of bravery, like Keisha Codrington earlier tonight with the Gonzalez Chicas,
yeah.
Both Gonzalez Chicas and Scrunters, they opted to go with more current music in terms of a song that was done last year or for last
just
carnival.
recently, yeah.
Whereas normally, you know, with the single pan category, they go traditional,
way back,
they go back and have me wondering why that was I conceived yet? I was able to relate to it.
But the thing about it too, as we kept saying, was in terms of the preliminaries to the final without a semi-final, and I was asking you if you felt bands were at a slight disadvantage not having that middle performance, and maybe to get the music scrutinized by the judges so that they could at least say, well, if the judges say they like this, they don't like this, whatever it is, you know, we'd have been able to judge.
Well, I mean, prior to last Panorama, it was
Straight to the
prelims
final,
finals.
right.
Last Panorama had the semis. So, I mean, this time it's just same
Back to the
prelims
back to the old
finals,
days.
but you had more bands now.
Yeah, certainly it is there. Of course, they're battling for $250,000. We're getting ready for band number 14, Metro Stars Steel Orchestra. Of course, the band coming, another one of those.
This band coming is a band to watch.
The band coming, of course, Kirsch Ramsey, the boy out of Tobago. But you would know Kirsch because he did book at your band, you know. So no doubt we look forward to their performance. So let's take you stateside now for the Metro Stars Steel Orchestra, the band coming.
Right now for band number 14, the Metro Stars of Pembroke, Tobago. The
What a performance we've had here from the Metro Stars, the only band from the sister isle of Tobago. And I think it could start here with the opening, because it was a kind of an unusual opening, but it was a very strong opening. My thing was, how do they keep that pace after such an opening?
That opening actually is a sample from this movie, Coming to America. So look, the band coming, so they used that sample to introduce themselves, and they went forward with that. That was interesting from Kush. I enjoyed the lineup of players. I think they had a real all-star lineup mix of Trinidad and Tobago players.
Yep.
Because you had OJ, and we'll get back to him shortly, actually playing with the band.
Rather than conducting.
Well, Kush is the arranger.
Right.
OJ, who has to compete against him in small and medium, was actually with him in the single pan, and they will be together again in the large category. But before that, they have to battle it out in the small and medium. So that was an interesting start for the season to see them working together there, going to separate into war, and come back together at the end. So that was interesting to me. You also saw Ocean, Taisha, you saw Joshua, Jerry, and those in the
familiar
front line.
faces.
The
Yep.
real familiar faces, the hitters as they call them, in that front line there. Now, in the preliminary round, they would have placed sixth going into the finals.
262 points.
Right. And in the preliminary round, what hurt them, in my opinion, when they judged on that preliminary night, was the acoustic, where they played, and the song that bounced out of there, I was like, Jesus Christ. And now that everyone is on a different playing field, you actually hear that song coming out in a different way. It's cleaner, more articulate, and
it's a full song. It's a very full song.
It's definitely it's different. And Kush Ramsey, being about the 6th or 7th arranger that I was mentioning to Rhea earlier, you have the older arrangers who are the experienced one, and you have a lot of young arrangers coming out. This is about the 6th or 7th UTT student or graduate that is presenting so far for the night. And you had some from UE as well. And then you have the experienced one like the BJ and the Carlon and the Duvon and the who's still to come up. That gonna, it's either a young, it's an experience, somebody had to win tonight, and I am glad that I am not one of the judges.
The judge, it is. And as it mentioned, judges, we have 6 judges.
Yes.
But only 5 scores. Is that how they
actually, it's only 3. So
only 3 scores will count.
In the preliminary, you have judge number 1, 2, 3, 4. At the end of the preliminary round, they don't even know which judges alternate. So they will draw for number. Who is number 1, 2, 3, and alternate. And only then will that alternate judge score be eliminated, and you mark them out of 300. At the semis and finals, you now have a pool of 6 judges. What happens is you have judge number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and alternate. But what we do is they, again, don't know who is which judge. They do the draw at the end of the final band. The alternate judge is removed, as well as the highest and lowest.
So
it takes out more bias, and it leaves those 3 scores in the middle. Again, you would have your mark out of 300 points tonight. So we can only see. You never know who is the alternate judge. You don't know who's the highest and lowest. So
you don't know whose score is going to drop out.
Whose score is going to matter or not. So you have to do whatever you have to do to impress all 6 judges on that panel.
And I suppose it's a fair system. It's a fairer system because, people would always look for alternates, who could do what is the best way.
Exactly.
But this is a way where you could eliminate the highest score if there's a bias there, and a bias on the other end, which would be the lowest score.
Correct.
And then you kind of get the mean from in the middle. Let's take you back stateside now. Trinidad Nostalgic Steel Orchestra is band number 15 as they get in. Wow, look at the song, Curry Tabanka. Desmond Mapo Richardson, of course, the tuner. Curry Tabanka is the tune of choice. Winford Divines, of course. Robert Mighty Trini Elias. And, of course, Amrit Samaru is the arranger for this band. Again, another band, another interesting selection, so to speak. So we're getting ready for Trinidad Nostalgic Steel Orchestra, band number 15, coming in with 250 points from the preliminaries. Well, there you have it, folks. Band number 15, the Trinidad Nostalgic, out of the Gant Street in Arima. And let me tell you something. In 1991,
they won.
Jit Samaru
Yes.
arranged for this band. Now the son is trying to do what the father did by winning the competition as he did in 91, and he did that with a Blue Boy, Get Something and Wave.
Yes.
So I think Amrit is trying to... Now here's the challenge with a song like this. Because this is such a classic that has already been played in the band, it's always a challenge for any arranger when you try to
recreate.
Because you find you find him trying to not replicate what was there before, and so he has to find idioms all over the place to try to work with.
But he did a good job finding it. So, for example, Marlon White with Massacre earlier this evening in position around number 5 had to recreate Pan by Storm as well. So, and had the same challenge, which he overcame, and I think Amrit definitely did. What I like, there was an unconventional start where they started very slow, which is like a kind of Bollywood feel. They got immediately in, but what I liked and I enjoyed was the balance in the band, where they had balance, where every time they had a certain section to be highlighted, it was. If you're eating a roti, you don't take the pumpkin, the chana, the potato, the chicken, the mango, and everything, and just grab up everything and eat it. You have the samples of everything. And that's what you were able to hear in the music. So to me, I understood that, and the layers of it, it was very audible and appreciated on my end. Amrit understand, obviously, how to arrange for an Indian style of music. And learned great from his father, and was able to actually bend and find his own self in it as well.
What I was curious was how he was going to fit in that chutney beat inside, because you can only do it in so many variations.
Correct.
Hey, we'll take a short break. When we come back, we'll have more from you from the Queen's Park Savannah.
Does your heart hold the magic of Christmas? Is it filled with warm memories just waiting to be discovered again? Well, now is the time to open your heart, believe in that magic, and remember those treasured moments. Oh, they're still there, deep within you, waiting to touch you once more. Hope is all around us, and the best part is the spirit of the season never has to end as long as we keep each other near and a belief of Christmas in your heart. So come along and believe as the magic of the season leads the way.
On the first day of Christmas, my sweetness gave to me a chance to make my Christmas merry. Sweet 100 will be the sweetness this Christmas as we celebrate the sweetest 100 days of Christmas. We're set to make your Christmas brighter when we light up the Christmas tree with 100 bells. There are 100 gifts under the tree. One of them could be yours. Simply count down the sweetest 100 days of Christmas with us. And when you call, give us the correct number we're up to in the sweet 100 days of Christmas. Give us the access phrase, on the day of Christmas, my sweetness gave to me. Make those your first words to us whenever you call, and you could win a gift under the tree. So join us for My Sweetness Gave to Me on Sweet 100.1 FM, celebrating the sweetest 100 days of Christmas. Sponsored by...
Or shop online now at dbesttoys.com.
Yo, it's Rome, and it's all about Soca Parang Fiesta on Saturday the 10th of December and Sunday the 11th of December. We heading on Sapa first on the Saturday, and on the Sunday we heading up to Napa. So get those tickets. It's a tribute to my boy, the late great Kenny J. We coming out in our numbers, so get your tickets. The Prince of Parang are coming to head down in the country and are coming for Annie Pone. So grab those tickets. It's gonna be a movie.
The countdown has started for the most joyful, entertaining Christmas event ever.
Get your tickets now to be a part of Soca Parang Fiesta in tribute to Kenny J. Enjoy top stars like Rome, Alicia Jagasa, Rokro, Marcia Miranda, Poser, Marilyn Williams, Eddie Charles, The Incredible Myron B, Ninja, Bindley B, the Xavier Strings, and the Alumnus de San Juan. All happening at Soca Parang Fiesta.
This Saturday,
10th December, Sapa San Fernando, 6 p.m.
This Sunday,
Sunday 11, Napa Port of Spain, 4:30 p.m. General admission tickets cost $300. Special reserve available on request.
Tickets also on sale at the venue all day of the show till showtime. For more info, call 331-4285.
I am Penny Gomez, and welcome to Pop, the award-winning Pop. Aye, 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 it's the rhythm man himself, Sheridan Winchester.
Oh, Panorama.
So, Sheridan Winchester, this is your life.
I tried to find that sweet spot.
Oh, you got my sweet spot?
I wanted to create that image for myself. You see me, I think I'm not doing my clothes on the stage.
And a stripper was what you decided to go with, Eddie.
I remember crash out.
Help us. You don't have to use all the ingredients. Use what you think will not give me diarrhea.
So mine kind of close to a bump. Are you allergic to peanut butter?
I'm just allergic to anything tasting bad. This shirt is throwing me off. The color seems extra long.
This one called Stay Home. I think we're doing $1 in this here around here cycle shorts.
There is no excuse for this.
Well, let's say I am the Zessa.
Hey.
And everybody feeling Irish. What we do? What?
Too much to do to get ready for Christmas? World Cup Series is getting the better of you.
I want to soak it all up. You know, the culture, the music, the men. That's what I'm talking about.
This Saturday at 9:05 p.m., tune in to TTT for the fun-filled Girlfriend's Getaway movie.
You have until midnight to get my money.
What are we going to do? We call the police! We just purchased a pound of weed, but the drug dealer kidnapped our girlfriend because we didn't pay him his money. You want to go to jail? No, I don't want to go to jail. This is your fault, you pothead. If you want the money, you give us the girl.
Look, you watching too much Scarface.
Girlfriend's Getaway, this Saturday at 9:05 p.m., only on TTT.
At least one in every 3 women in Trinidad and Tobago has experienced domestic violence within their lifetime.
More than 24 women are murdered by their partners every year. Many of them would have faced this problem in silence or alone.
Too many of us turn a blind eye or sit by while our women and girls face family violence.
On the first day of Christmas, my sweetness gave to me a chance to make my Christmas merry. Sweet 100 will be the sweetness this Christmas as we celebrate the sweetest 100 days of Christmas. We're set to make your Christmas brighter when we light up the Christmas tree with 100 bells. There are 100 gifts under the tree. One of them could be yours. Simply count down the sweetest 100 days of Christmas with us. And when you call, give us the correct number we're up to in the sweet 100 days of Christmas. Give us the access phrase, on the day of Christmas, my sweetness gave to me. Make those your first words to us whenever you call, and you can win a gift under the tree. So join us for My Sweetness Gave to Me on Sweet 100.1 FM, celebrating the sweetest 100 days of Christmas. Sponsored by
welcome you back here to the Queen's Park Savannah, where we're on a little bit of a break in terms of the on-stage action, and that's because they're giving the judges an opportunity to probably just get to refresh themselves and get ready for the second half. We had 15 bands already. We still have another 15 to go, so we still have quite a lot of pan, including the likes of Arima, All-Stars Steel Orchestra, and here's a band that of course, a lot of people are looking forward to based on this song that they chose, which is, of course, One Day. And that is a classic here in Trinidad and Tobago. But this gentleman behind me just mashed up the stage. I'm surprised we still have a stage here at the Savannah. Coach Ramsey from the Metro Star Steel Orchestra, the only band out of Tobago.
Yes.
How you feel about that, representing Tobago tonight?
I feel great, anxious, exciting. I mean, representing Tobago, the only band, I have to come and represent well, and to the best way possible.
Yeah. How you felt about the performance?
The performance was excellent. I mean, after I come off the stage, a lot of calls, a lot of messages from family, friends back home. Hey, best band for the night. I don't know, but they said best band for the night, and I feel great. The execution, the players, everybody was on point, and I enjoyed the performance.
Well, we were talking about the opening. What went into that opening?
So, you know, it's a finals, so you have to think outside the box to wow the judges. I always try to wow the judges. So I just look at the theme of the song, the name of the song, the band coming. So I was like, what could I do to represent the band coming? So I just do my research night after night, sleep on it. And I bounce up on this drumline thing with the marching band and coming, you know. So I say, hey, perfect. We're going with that. So now I had to transform it into a Panorama arranging style, and you know.
Yeah. Because my thing was, I said, boy, how fast could he start this song? How could he keep that tempo going?
And that was a challenge to switch from that time thing to that into the 4/4.
Right.
So yeah. But we executed it nice.
I thought so because I was saying, boy, I was listening. I said, boy, how are you gonna keep this down tempo going all the way through? And now tell me a little bit about your preparation. Did you had difficulty getting players, or were people excited to come and get ready?
I had to stop players. I had, we was over players. We was over the amount.
Right.
I have to say, hey, I know that they want to support me, but it's only 35 we could go with. And we cannot afford to lose any points because it's a finals we're winning.
Right.
So I have friends from Tobago, and I also used to go to school in Trinidad, so I have a lot of friends from Trinidad who want to play with the band, you know. But what are we going to do?
Got to break some hearts.
Yeah, so I say, hey, for small band, for medium band, because I also have bands in the other categories.
Right, yeah.
So then the numbers much larger, so you all can come and give me all the support.
Yeah.
So they'll come in for that.
So let's let the cat out of the bag here now. You're arranging for Silver Stars this year? I see your partner playing with you on the band.
Yes. You know, we always support each other.
Right.
But so far, yes. So far, me and him still with the band.
Well, that's good.
So look out for us at Silver Stars.
Well, that's great.
Also arranging for Casting Jammers, medium band.
Which is home.
And Tianta Quayside next week, Thursday. So look out for that.
Small conventional.
I'm in all the categories so far.
Right. Great. Now, where is all this music coming from? How easy or how difficult is it for you to kind of separate? Because I know you're working on what you're doing with Tiantec.
Yes.
And you're also probably thinking in the back of your mind how you're preparing for the other categories
Well, that's a challenge. So what I try to do, so I say, hey, from 1 to 3, I'll focus on Tiantec music. And then I'll take a little break, and then in the evening from 5 to 7, I'll focus on Casting Jammers music. And then I'll go to practice. So I don't try to focus on the both arrangements one time.
Right.
You know, but the inspiration and the music and everything, it just come from the brain.
Coming,
so I just be by my pan and vibe, and then I'll score the music out on my laptop. So I have the music beforehand before I go to the pan yard.
Now,
So
as you're talking about that, in terms of sharing the music, because you know, long time, the arranger will come to the panyard and give it to the section leaders kind of thing. I mean, they still do it.
Yes,
But now that you have panists from Toco who come into play in Tobago, guys from Carnage come in, you know, how do you get the music to them? Because they can't always come to Tobago.
Well, to be honest, I am like a favorite in Tobago. So I have a lot of players who who drawn to me, who want to come and play. So I don't always have much players from Trinidad coming up to play. But sometimes when I come to Trinidad, when I used to go to school, because I only graduated this year, so I used to show them music while I'm in Trinidad.
Right.
So when they come to the Tobago, it's just to fit in with the band and practice.
So
So
you-
now
you
it might
do it
be
in
of a challenge.
reverse.
Yes. But what I do, because I just be home most times, so when they come to the Tobago, I show them the music before, because I have access to Kashinaba's Spaniard. So I carry them by the Spaniard, show them the music, and then when I go by the band, it's just to fit in with the whole band. So they don't have to just go and try to learn. So I try to give them the music before. Some could take the score, but
Right.
I rather show them they will learn faster by ear.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's good. Now, well, congratulations on the graduation.
Yes, thank you.
How was that journey? What was that journey like? How challenging was it for you?
Coming from Tobago, it's been a challenge. To be honest, it's been a challenge, especially around this time, Panorama time. No sleep at all. Because like we have to go to Tobago in the morning, so by the time I reach home 3 o'clock, you have to get up 5 o'clock to go and catch a boat. Because you have to go up to make it to practice because you have commitments. You understand? So it does be a challenge, especially around Panama time. But you have to focus because the education is first.
It's the first thing,
So I'm so glad that that's out of the way. So I could put my all into Panama this year, and in single, small, medium, large, I'm hoping that I at least take home one
of the
category.
further.
Yes, that's
First,
my
once
aim.
again, congratulations
Thank
on a
you
fine
very
performance and all the best going forward. You just heard it there, folks. The man coming in all 4 categories this year, and you just heard him there in 1 category. He still has 3 more to work on. We have more when we come back.
Merry Christmas! You better shop online. You better call us now. I'm telling you why. The PanTrinbago is coming to receive your list. We know your every wish. We have the best brands. We have the best prices.
DBestToys.com has the best toys at the best prices. Visit us in-store at Newtown, Porter's Lane, Forces Flagship Mabine, or shop online now at DBestToys.com.
Coming to you.
We're just moments away from the resumption of the action here. 15 more bands to come. But one of the bands we heard from earlier in the first half was the Scrunters Pan Groove. And of course, Mashup was their tune of choice. And here's the man responsible for that mashup here, Alexis Lecky Hope. And Alexis, congratulations again
Thank
on
you,
another
thank you,
strong
thank you.
performance. How you feel about it? What was the vibe like in the band?
Well, after the COVID, the pandemic, I have a lot of children in my area who are involved with the band. So after the 2 years, they were anxious to get back into the panyard actually. So usually, well, you would see that we had a lot of young children from 8 years old. So they were anxious. They just wanted to play. They were ecstatic to be in the finals. So and I was ecstatic for them. So the energy was there. The energy we were just. It was overwhelming.
I suppose, like Kirsch, you didn't have a problem getting players, did you?
No, I didn't have a problem. I also teach, so I had some of my students come through
So I try to keep it as, homey as possible,
right.
not going outside for players. Try to keep it in the, within the family.
Right. And we're talking about an area there that you could easily do in St. James.
Yeah.
Well, you're straddling St. James, Cocorit, that kind of area there. In terms of the response, the reaction to your music, how you feel the kids are on it?
They like my style of music because I actually like anime and rock music, so I kind of talk to them in their lingo. So I do things that they hear in anime.
Right.
So I try to put it into the music so they can identify with the music while playing the pan.
Mm-hmm. And how you came up with this song? What led you to mash up?
All right, well, it's a joke, a running joke in the band, right? A player, he does always be singing mashup, and his wife leave and go on him, so he get mashup. So
don't call him my name.
I'm not calling his name, but everybody was seeing it from the area would know who it is. So that was his song that he actually picked. So I went along with that song.
And he played the song?
Yeah, he played in the band. He played in the band also. So, yeah.
Now you are UTT graduate as well.
Yes, I am.
I mean, what has that journey been like, and how you feel about competing against other or fellow students, guys you went to school with, that kind of stuff?
Well, I am proud actually to see the amount of UTT students in the competition as arrangers, because when we were there, we did a lot of things. We did the different aspect of music performer, psychology of a music performer, different genres of music. So I was really, and we like Cricks and Ronaldo and I are in the same year group. So we were in different groups. We had like heavy hitters, psychotones, and everybody had a different style that they used to do. So everybody
kind of would it.
Yeah.
Alexis, thanks so much. Congratulations.
Yeah.
All the best. I hope the judges
Thank you
like
very
the
much.
music.
Yeah.
And we look forward to getting great things from the Scrunters Pan Groove. Well, we're getting ready for competition, folks, because the lights are up on stage as we get ready for band number 16. I told you about One Day, and this is one of the songs that I think a lot of people are looking forward to hearing on the pan once again as we get ready for band number 16 at the Queen's Park Savannah as the competition continues here as we take you stateside once again for band number 16. I speak of Arima All-Stars Steel Orchestra.
That's the band playing in position number 16.
Five-time Panorama champions in the single band category. Of course, all of them won with Terence B.J. Marcel's music. But this time they're trying something a little different. Gillian Toby Tobias is the one in charge this time around, but you can still feel the tempo. You can feel Terence inside of that music.
A winner is a winner. And when you have a history of winning, you're guaranteed that you would song like that when you come into the competition. Arima All Stars, the leader Mahalia Thomas, I saw her standing on the side during the preliminary round. She's the most bubbly female player I've ever met. She's like the female version of Joshua Regrello.
Right.
And she stood up on the side during the preliminary round, and she didn't actually play. And to see her playing tonight, I said, yes, Mahalia, my girl.
She got the
Watch
bug.
it. And they placed 8 at the preliminary round. This is an arrangement we mentioned recreating, like the Corita Banca, the Pan by Storm, and those things. This actually is a classic that Clive Bradley did with Desperate in around 2005. It would have been the Pan Fiesta, Republic Day Pan Fiesta. And to hear that and then recreate it in this way, especially for a single pan, it takes a lot to actually do. And you have to commend the arrangers that are actually stepping up and stepping out of the actual comfort zones or out of the normal. And that's why you have to give Arima also as credit. We mentioned earlier with Arima being clustered with so many single pan bands. You would actually see familiar faces that played in one Arima band playing in the next one, and so they go because it's that clique. And it was fun to see. It was fun to see. I really liked Arima All Stars and what they had to offer. And we had a hope that the judges give them the nod.
Well, I'm sure the judges, because the judges hearing the music,
That's right.
they obviously getting a feel, a vibe for what the arrangers are offering and what the players are feeding them, because in addition to the criteria, you understand, it's almost like general performance. And I tell people, steel band is now a visual.
Yes, but general performance is critical. Many people don't understand in the judging criteria. The arranger, out of 100, the arranger is actually only responsible for 40% of the marks, you know. The drill master and players are responsible for another 40. So it's how you are able to execute the arranger's intent, which is what general performance is. Your drummer and engine room is responsible for 10, and your pan tuner is responsible for 10. So many people like an arrangement, and the arrangement doesn't necessarily win, or the arrangement win. And they're like, but you have to understand, arrangement is one portion of the marks. Performance being the next. The tuning, 1 mark off from tuning could make a difference between the winner and
You
the
have 10
third
points,
place.
you try to get 10 points from your tone quality and everything else, and then you make up the next 10 by the rhythm, by how you know, how you interpret the music and get it done. But again, that was the Arima All Stars Steel Orchestra, and again they won it 5 times, and they had and then won it in a sequence in a cluster.
1998, 99, 2000, 2001.
And they just kept going.
Lose a few rounds and come back in 2005. Because, and that in itself shows you can't count out the experience of Rangers, because B.J. Marcel was able to hold 4 in a row, which Sonny Dankler did with Panjamas, as I mentioned earlier. Not win some years and then come back and say, hey, don't forget me, we have Duvon in this category, who was not there for 5 years.
Yeah, but remember Duvon, Lahoketa Pangu was one, Sawo Eastside was another one. So
don't count them out.
He's done, and they win in bunches. They win like on a streak.
Correct.
5 years one time, 6 years the next time.
Correct.
So he has that form. He's playing last tonight.
Duvon has 11 wins, 10 in a row. So he would have won in 2004. BJ came back in 2005 to announce himself, and then 2006 onwards, Duvon won 10 years straight. Don't count him out either.
And with 2 separate bands.
That's right.
And
then Callan came with 3.
So that's the thing, and Callan is back trying to get another one
and
this
year.
year.
And then you have a lot of young arrangers coming that you can't count out as well, because at one point Callan and Duvon would have been young arrangers making their name. So certainly, we have to see where it goes.
Well, it certainly is, and this is part of the interest in the Panorama, because now we are finding there are some arrangers who almost stick exclusively to this category.
Correct.
Others, well, we all know they have their hands in other categories as
Correct.
well. Now, what is the challenge in arranging for a single band,
Well,
as
yeah.
opposed to maybe a bigger band where you certainly have more notes, you have more,
Yes, the
you know.
single pan is limited. Certain keys you could arrange for. So C, D, G. Can't really go too much further than that.
Because
So,
I keep it to my bass here,
exactly. So you got to be able to
Because I have 3
transpose
notes
that
right
sound.
here. That's it needed. So let's go back stateside as you get ready now for band number 17. This was a once an all-female band, but they've added a few men and some familiar faces at that. I'm sure Ash would tell you a little bit more about that because he knows them very well. And of course, Katie Nichols is the leader. Juma Simmons is the tuner. Party Time Again is the tune of choice. Errol Bally Valentine, of course, is the composer and the man who voiced it. And of course, Natata Joseph is the one who is doing the arrangement for them. Let's take you stateside for band number 17, Platinum Steel Orchestra.
Band number 17, Platinum Steel Orchestra.
From Ibis Drive, Don Miguel Road in Sawa, that was a Platinum Steel Orchestra. They're playing in position number 17. They came in with 257 points, but I want to believe they're going to get a lot more than that after this performance tonight.
Well, we have to hope the judges agree with us, but I cannot predict how the judges will go. That band, you saw a lot of, but I don't think there's a player that I don't recognize there. You know, you saw
from another band.
Listen, you saw Jelani there. Jelani and Tiba in the front line.
Right.
I don't know if there's any band in Trinidad, Tobago, Grenada, or the Les Antilles that they
they've
have
been
not
playing.
it. And then you had Zakia. I said, but Zakia don't have Chord Masters coming up soon. Jet Glasgow don't have Newtown Playboys coming up soon. And then you have, of course, Lauren as one of the managers as well. You have you had Andel, you had Bao, you had Aquila, those St. Margaret's group that's in the front line. Impressively, I saw Chantal Esdel, good friend of Natasha, who was there giving that support to Natasha, who was the arranger. You know, they go way back. A friendship that nobody could get between. And it was good seeing all of them play. I enjoyed it. Let's see what the judges say.
And again, it was a good arrangement. That's the thing about it. It was clean, and of course you had those variations. So good wave, and obviously when they got the highs, you felt it because it was coming at you hard.
Correct. No, they placed 13th or so at the preliminaries. Around there, they would have tied with Prisons, and I believe it was La Creole. Could be corrected. At the preliminary round, that's what they would have placed. So they were in the top half of the 30 going forward. We have to wait and see what the judges say with regards to that. So I wish Platinum all the best, and let's hope for the best.
And you know, this is a unique situation that we're in here now, because a lot of bands that probably might have been, as I said, in the lower half of in terms of points at the end of the preliminaries, based on the amount of work that they've done and that kind of stuff, could very well leapfrog a lot of bands that might have been ahead of them
in a case
from the preliminaries.
Like that, you thank God for an act of God, which caused the semi-finals to be cancelled, and you got into the preliminary round.
You know what that reminds me of?
Finals.
Yep, you know what it reminds me of? You know, some bands, they do way better in the semi-finals than when you see them, when you hear them in the finals.
Correct.
And you wonder what went on.
Correct.
And I suppose in local parlance, we say they peak in the semis.
Yes.
You know, so this is their semis, you know what I mean?
So
for some of those bands, especially the ones that weren't like in the top 15 or so, this is their opportunity now to say, okay, this is my statement tonight.
Correct.
And, you know, you judge that.
I am pretty impressed with the engine room as well and what they would have done. We just talked about 10 marks from the engine room. And they held it together. Tafari, young drummer. Claude, I saw him there, held together by Smiley, the drill master. So we're hoping for the best for them.
So we're getting ready to take you stateside once again for band number 18, Worldwide Steel Orchestra. Keith Williams is the leader of this band. The bands are tuned by Desmond Mapo Richardson. Ooh La La is the tune of choice. Alston Cyrus, of course, the Beckett. And, of course, Neil Mykoskar is the man who arranged the music for them. Third overall, coming in from the preliminaries. Will they hold on to that position, or will they go higher? Only time will tell. Let's take you now to hear what they have to offer. Worldwide Steel Orchestra.
at number 18 from Mount Honolulu Road in Cascade. Let's try it once again for Worldwide Steel Orchestra. Ooh la la. And of course, reminding you folks that you can get those tickets for the medium and large band semifinals, as well as the medium and large conventional bands finals. You can go on to islandetickets.com.
Singing all your favorite carols. Never was there ever such a Christmas show.
Believe this December at Queen's Hall, a live and virtual experience.
Bring someone that you know to see the big Christmas show.
On the first day of Christmas, my sweetness gave to me a chance to make my Christmas merry. Sweet 100 will be the sweetness this Christmas as we celebrate the sweetest 100 days of Christmas. We're set to make your Christmas brighter when we light up the Christmas tree with 100 bells. There are 100 gifts under the tree. One of them could be yours. Simply count down the sweetest 100 days of Christmas with us. And when you call, give us the correct number we're up to in the sweet 100 days of Christmas. Give us the access phrase, on the day of Christmas my sweetness gave to me. Make those your first words to us whenever you call, and you could win a gift under the tree. So join us for My Sweetness Gave to Me on Sweet 100.1 FM, celebrating the sweetest 100 days of Christmas. Sponsored by
Yo, it's Rome, and it's all about Soca Parang Fiesta on Saturday the 10th of December and Sunday the 11th of December. We heading on Sapa first on the Saturday, and on the Sunday we heading up to Napa. So get those tickets. It's a tribute to my boy, the late great Kenny J. We coming out in our numbers, so get your tickets. The Prince of Parang are coming to head down in the country and are coming for Annie Pone. So grab those tickets. It's gonna be a movie.
The countdown has started for the most joyful, entertaining Christmas event ever.
Get your tickets now to be a part of Soca Parang Fiesta in tribute to Kenny J. Enjoy top stars like Rome, Alicia Jagasa, Rokro, Marcia Miranda, Poser, Marilyn Williams, Eddie Charles, The Incredible Myron B, Ninja, Bindley B, The Xavier Strings, and the Alumnos de San Juan. All happening at Soca Parang Fiesta.
This Saturday,
10th December, Sapa San Fernando, 6 p.m.
This Sunday,
Sunday 11th, Napa Port of Spain, 4:30 p.m. General admission tickets cost $300. Special reserve available on request.
Tickets also on sale at the venue all day of the show till showtime. For more info, call 331-4285.
Welcome you back here to the Queen's Park Savannah. We just heard a splendid performance again there from the Worldwide Steel Orchestra. And I tell you what, my deceased uncle, Ainsley Mark, would have been over the moon with that performance because this is his band. You know, as growing up in Honolulu, that is where he lived for that band. He would take his own money and sponsor them. Whatever they wanted, he would do it for them. So he would have been over the moon. We would have been calling me all now.
I want to ask Miko one thing. How do you win a Panorama in like around 1990, come back in 1993, disappear from the radar for some years? That
well,
band
won in
didn't
1992 and 93.
And you then disappeared, and then reappeared
in 2000.
Recently, within the last year, you just reappeared and continued to just, you know,
like he never left.
Yeah.
It was a really good performance, and he had because he's a more mature ranger, you find that he had some tricks in the trade that you find a little familiar. And would you believe that particular song also won a Panorama before? Terrence BJ Master played that for Arima, and won the Panorama with that as well. So there's a kind of familiarity with the music.
Trinidad Nostalgic also plays second or third around
with
there,
that same song,
just a few years before. So it's not a strange song for the category.
Yep.
So have we ever had a song won twice in the same category?
Well, we might make some history here. You never know.
You never know.
And then of course in the side there you heard him with the little la, but he didn't stick with it long.
Correct. You just sample and you get a la 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 la.
And then he came back to the ooh la la.
Correct.
Instead of staying with the la la from Lord Nelson. So again, those are the tricks in the trade that the experienced arrangers could teach the youngsters, and then what the youngsters do now, they take it and sometimes they speed it up. You know what I mean? They just put some more pace into it, and and they get the whole thing going like that. So it really is amazing to see how the evolution of the steel band is taking place right before our very eyes.
Miko is showing you, I could take that, show you how to do it, and still speed it up, and all are we going in the same direction.
Or slow it down,
he's
slow it down when he wants to.
He's showing you that he can adapt to the era.
Yep. It certainly is an interesting. Of course, folks, we only reached now band number 19, so we still have quite a few to go. Remember, we're going up to 30 before it's all said and done here this evening. And that was band number 18. They had 266 points coming in, and they were third overall.
Yes,
so
they were.
We'll see how the judges score them this time around. But we're getting ready to take you back stateside for band number 19 with 254 points. So they have some making up to do here now. Yes. The original Woodbrook Modernaires Steel Orchestra from right down the road there, the corner of French Street and Trackreed Road. Douglas Williams is the leader of the band. Juma Simmons, the tuner. Fiery, a very popular one by Cecil Hughes, the maestro. And Hanif Goodrich is the arranger for this band. On stage, band number 19, the original Woodbrook Modernaires Steel Orchestra. The original Woodbrook Modernaires Steel Orchestra with another good performance here at the Queen's Park Savannah, and doing it fiery, as they say. It's a popular song,
Yes.
and they just fitted right in with the demands of that particular song.
Of course, Hanif Goodridge, another graduate of the UTT music program. I think right now, Dr. Mia Gomendi Benjamin, Sion Gomez, Leon Smooth Edwards, Kyle Noel, and even Desmond Waite, who is no longer there.
Yeah, right. But even Booksy was there for a little while.
Correct.
Yeah.
They are smiling on, because this is what you look at. You teach them, you say, all right, let us learn to analyze these arrangements. They analyze it. They learn what arrangers did in order to win. And then they go forth. Now, one thing with younger arrangers, you see similarities to the older ones, and you see differences. So, for example, I always ask that question, where do Vaughn's conducting school is? Or where does he do his arranging class? Because you see similar styles from the younger ones. But then you see some that break away. Hanif, in a case like him, I like what he is becoming as an arranger. He's in the process of finding
his own course.
Correct, and that's what you need, because it's evident that he listens to all different types of music to find something. This song, Fiery, Hanif would have done it at the finals for the Panorama online competition this year during the pandemic, and he placed second. And he decided to come again with it, because Panorama and Panorama is two different competitions. So it was nice to see how he brought it across the actual steel band as opposed to him as a soloist. So I wish him all the best, as usual. I wish everyone all the best. And we see where the judges give them the nod.
Well, as you talk about that, Marlon White, of course, is the man who kind of swept everything. When he performed, he did it with the ensemble. He did it with the quads.
Yes.
He was just so amazing, and to win all of those various competitions. But it just shows you where the talent is and how guys are able to adapt.
Correct.
And do things in such an amazing way. You know what I'm really amazed at? Well, your band is one of those that we're looking at, because Kirsch let the little cat out of the bag and said we're coming back again.
There was no cat in the bag. He came this year and he's coming back. There's no cat in no bag. In case you're watching and wondering, the Nutrient Silver Star Steel Orchestra at number 56 track, Newtown Potterson will be using Kirsch and OJ. There's no cat in a bag. They come in.
Anyway, but he was just making the point.
All right.
And he said that he's doing all 4 categories.
Yes.
So he's busy.
But
in
did
that
you
regard.
observe that Kirsch and OJ work together in this category?
Yep. One
they are
plane.
going to battle in the small and the
And
medium.
they come back and
they come back
in
together.
the large.
Welcome to Tobago, where you're not sure what you're going to get.
Tobago via Trackweed Road. That's what it is going to be like in the large category in place like that. But of course, I wanted to look at the original Woodbrook Modernaires, and we say the original, and that that triggers something, because we have Newtown Playboys, we have Woodbrook Playboys, and it's almost like they're all like little offshoots.
Woodbrook Modernaires, the original Woodbrook Modernaires. I guess they put the original in front of it because that band has been responsible for the birth of a lot of single band bands in Woodbrook, Newtown area. You would have seen Woodbrook Playboys come out of that. You would have seen there was this band Wheating that came out. Benji formed that. Then there was the Newtown Playboys. So the same way in Arima, you have some bands that would have birthed from other bands.
From Arima All Stars coming forward and doing a thing.
Correct. So you can't. It's just one of those. So Woodbrook Modernaires, is one of those earlier bands that would have given birth to the other bands.
And the irony of that is Newtown Playboys have come and won the competition a couple of years, and Modernaires still trying to get over that hurdle.
Woodbrook Playboys also won as well.
So they're trying to get over the hurdle to join them. And I don't think they're too far off, because
it's like Invaders. Invaders would have given birth to a lot of space who still left those Woodbrook bands, and Invaders
they haven't been able to win a Panorama
but
themselves.
Silver Stars Face who still left all those bands won a Panorama already.
And it's I suppose that's just the, as you say, the luck of the draw, so to speak.
Yes.
You know, but you work at it until eventually.
Well,
I
what
think
is
your
yours
time
is
will
yours,
come.
and at the end of the day,
time will
what
come.
is for you is for
Yeah,
you.
because I've always said that the Invaders, they have a special place in my heart because that was the band that most people would go to for Juve, remember?
Yeah, of course.
You're fat in the Oval or wherever, but they end up right there.
And they
Juve
brought it
Modern.
back as an
Yep.
event
You
now
know,
at Republic Day.
You know, and those cellos used to just mash up town long ago with Invaders. So it's just part of the whole thing with the steel band movement and how things have changed and grown, and you know, people are
Evolved
using
in
different things,
ways, yeah.
you know, and it morphed into a whole different scenario. Now, just like we have the single pan band as a standalone event outside of the clutter
Yes.
of Carnival, and I think it also speaks to the availability of players, because when players are competing, like we see in here, Jelani and those guys are there playing with 5 and 6 different bands.
5 and
How is he
6,
going to?
US starter
Well,
contest.
I mean, in this category.
We still have 10 more bands to go in this category. We'll see.
So this is what I'm saying, you know. How does he now go to practice with a large band or a medium band, you know, when he has to at least spend some time with each of these bands doing stuff. So this kind of allows them to do that and still be available down the road, and it makes it easier for those bands to also get players,
Yes.
because that was becoming a problem in some quarters as well, even for large bands. Well, let's go stateside now. We're getting ready now for band number 20. And this, of course, is the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service Steel Orchestra, the lawmen in town.
Let me see.
They come in to put down the ruler, so to speak. Sergeant Cedric Ubehart is the man in charge, the leader of the band. Desmond Mappo Richardson is the tuner. Look how the lawmen looking nice in the blue and white.
Always.
Jab Jab is their tune of choice. Austin Lyons, of course, Super Blue. And Kwame Rodriguez and Ethan Smith are the arrangers. Let's take you stateside for Trinidad and Tobago Police Service Steel Orchestra.
Jabba Jabba. The
Trinidad and Tobago Police Service Steel Orchestra from Bessel Street, Riverside Plaza Annex Building in Port of Spain, coming here and putting on another strong performance for us here at the Queen's Park Savannah. And there's that richness and fullness of the sound from this band.
And what an ending.
I thought we went Grenada there for a little while. No?
Oh Lord, when I did, put jab jab on my tombstone. And they definitely said that in the arrangement.
But it was, again, it's another good arrangement.
Yes.
That you saw where they could build on the motifs to give you that sound. Now those tenors were ringing, you know.
Yeah.
Right through
it
the
is
arrangement.
evident that they take care of their instruments well. Or whatever money they spent on it, they spent it well. I am glad again that I don't have to arrange, I don't have to judge tonight because I am officially flabbergasted. I don't know who, where now.
Well, certainly that, because we're on the home stretch, so to speak. But we have so much more to get to. We'll get to that when we come back.
This December, Queen's Hall.
Merry Christmas! Here at the store, you better shop online. You better call us now. I'm telling you why. DePasToys.com is coming to receive your list. We know your every wish. We have the latest plans. We have the best prices.
DBestToys.com has the best toys at the best prices. Visit us in-store at Newtown, Port of Spain, Forces Flagship Mabine, or shop online now at DBestToys.com.
On the first day of Christmas, my sweetness gave to me a chance to make my Christmas merry. Sweet 100 will be the sweetness this Christmas as we celebrate the sweetest 100 days of Christmas. We're set to make your Christmas brighter when we light up the Christmas tree with 100 bells. There are 100 gifts under the tree. One of them could be yours. Simply count down the sweetest 100 days of Christmas with us. And when you call, give us the correct number we're up to in the sweet 100 days of Christmas. Give us the access phrase, on the day of Christmas, my sweetness gave to me. Make those your first words to us whenever you call, and you can win a gift under the tree. So join us for My Sweetness Gave to Me on Sweet 100.1 FM, celebrating the sweetest 100 days of Christmas. Sponsored by
Penny Gomez, and welcome to Pop, the award-winning Pop. Ay, 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 it's the rhythm man himself, showing Winchester.
Oh, Panorama.
So, Shirley Winchester, this is your life.
I tried to find that sweet spot.
Oh, you get my sweet spot?
I wanted to create an image for myself. You see me, I think I'm all my clothes on the stage.
And a stripper was what you decided to go with, Eddie.
I don't know about
Help us. Help us, help us. You don't have to use all the ingredients. Use what you think will not give me diarrhea.
So mine kind of close to a bomb.
Are you allergic to peanut butter?
Listen, allergic to anything tasting bad. This shirt is throwing me off. The color seems extra long.
This one called Stay Home. I think it's in the wine they sell around here cycle short.
There is no excuse for this.
Well, let's say I am the Zessa.
Hey.
And everybody feeling Irish. What we do? What?
One Family, composed and sung by Robert the Lord and Nelson, arranged by Earl Brooks. Queen's Park Savannah, Grandstand. Put your hands together and let's welcome on stage Brimblers Steel Orchestra. One Family. Band number 21, Brimblers.
That's the Brimblers Steel Orchestra from the corner of Warren and Gala Streets in Woodbrook. And of course, Smooth, just as the man who arranged the music would normally play his own music. Earl Brooks there for the Brimblers, all the way is one family. Now that arrangement was smooth and melodic, and it's almost like they wanted to let the judges hear everything that they were playing. Contrast that to what went before. And this is the man responsible for the set of fire that was lighting up on the stage in a short while ago with the police band when they performed. And talking about Kwame Rodriguez, who is here with me. And Kwame, congratulations on an amazing performance. Now, you achieved exactly what Earl Brooks was trying to achieve here, but you did it with a totally different tempo. How do you get that clarity of music, all the phrasing, and still play it at that speed?
Well, honestly, it's a lot of hard work. It's a lot of hard days, a lot of hard rehearsals, right? A lot of time and energy, effort. Basically blood, sweat, and tears is put into the preparation for these kind of things. Being a service band in Trinidad and Tobago, we actually have a lot more time than the other bands. So if you want to say we have an advantage, but still musically, the musical aspect is another aspect of the whole thing. But in terms of time, I would say that we would definitely have more time than the other bands. So in terms of playing arrangements at high tempo speeds and still executing the same clarity, that is why we are able to achieve such results.
Well, but yourself and Ethan are the ones who arranged this music here. Who did what in that arrangement? What was your responsibility?
We have been arranging for some time now together, right? Because we are both members of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service Steel Orchestra, and I mean we have done a number of arrangements for the stateside music, right? So we are accustomed working together. So we are both equally responsible for the arrangement. Yeah,
who chose this song?
I chose this song.
Why?
Because
was it your turn to choose a song, or do you all take turns that, or somebody brings? How do you narrow down these songs? How do you get to that?
Right. Usually what we do is we have a little debate, and it's not something hard and fast in terms of the choice of the song, right? It's not a big stick mentality basically, because the players still need to have a say in what is happening in the band, because at the end of the day,
they have to play the music.
Yeah, the players who need to execute the music. So as long as they're feeling what we like, we basically go with it.
Well, you guys did an amazing job. I want to congratulate you on that. But how you felt about the performance?
To me, the performance was excellent, right? At the end of the day, the judges have the final say. Whatever the judges say, we are happy with that.
Mm-hmm.
But what I want to say is we are very happy with what we put forward, right? And that is what matters to us. Because at the end of the day, sometimes people are happy with results, people are not happy with results, right? But the judges, PanTrinbago has put that responsibility in their hands, and whatever the judges say, that is final, and we are happy with that.
You just want to play music and at least represent the service.
Yes. Yeah, that's our one.
Well, that's great, because, so often, but it's good to hear that, because sometimes people invest so much into it that they get, I don't want to say carried away, but it's like if you don't get the desired result, it's almost like the world is going to end. You know what I mean? But you have a totally different approach to it. You just want to present the music and let the people enjoy it.
Most definitely.
And of course, the players also enjoying it themselves as well. So that was the police service, the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service Steel Orchestra, are doing a great job again here at the finals. Remember, we're going up to 30, and we just heard from Brimblers band number 21. We're getting ready now for band number 22, the Quadmasters Steel Orchestra. And just to remind you once again, in terms of what the judges are looking for, as Kwame and I talking about judges, 40 points for the arrangement, 40 points for the general performance, 10 points for tone, and 10 points for rhythm, which would be a maximum of 100 points. And as you would have heard earlier, the way it's high and low put out, and then it's just the three judges that they will go with in this regard. So now let's take you on stage now as we get ready for band number 22. 22 of 30 bands here this evening at the Queen's Park Savannah, and all of them putting their best foot forward, trying to get the judges' nod. The Chordmaster Steel Orchestra, of course, Richard DeCoto is the leader. The tuner is the Desmond Mapo Richardson. First Experience by Ken Marlon Charles, KMC, and of course arranged for the band by Andre White. And this, of course, is going to be another interesting band. Remember, we have 13 bands from the north and 15 from the east, one from south and one from Tobago to make up the 30 bands. We're getting ready for band number 22, Chordmasters Steel Orchestra with First Experience.
Chord Masters Steel Orchestra. First experience.
Chordmaster Steel Orchestra there from Laventille Road, Federal Village in Sawa, putting down a bomb here at the Savannah. Chordmasters with first experience, and you can just feel the goosebumps
I wanted
raising.
to know if Andre White got a turn at the beginning and then there came
It was,
Andre White.
it was Aqua later. I'm like, Aqua in front of the band. Where is Andre?
And then the next thing you know, Aqua vanished and Andre is there.
But it's all
What
part
a
of this whole
performance,
experience
yes.
here. And what a strong performance again from the Chordmasters. And this is a band that you can't take them too lightly. 265 points.
They were in fourth place
right
at that
there,
preliminaries, and you don't
and
put
this,
a band like
and
that
this
to
is
low
a
down.
stronger performance
Yes, definitely.
than in the preliminaries.
Definitely. You don't put those bands that came high up so low down because
They have time to work. Every
Listen.
minute counts, you know.
KMC seems to be a choice that some of those top bands are playing right now. So we had to see how the judges take this one, but that was a performance. They played like it was a final night. They played like they are hungry for it.
And this is, you know, when I saw Andre White as the arranger, you know, you're accustomed because he's a quote unquote a trained musician, you know,
Berkeley, you know.
from Berkeley.
You're
So,
talking
so,
Berkeley, yeah.
you anticipate to hear like accordions, you expect to hear, you know, violins playing and stuff like that. But Andre, boy,
to take
like he passed in the back door in Berkeley
Yeah,
because
man.
he just mashed up the whole place here.
on a single pan category where you are limited for somebody who have the experience in utilizing the notes.
Yep.
So, Andre, you did yourself there.
Yeah, but certainly an amazing performance indeed from Andre. And I tell you, it just shows his growth, you know.
Yes.
I remember when he first came and he did a song for Despas. I think it was
Yes.
1 year.
And
People liked the music, but for whatever reason,
They didn't make it to the
keep him. Yeah,
finals,
they
correct.
didn't keep him. But he went away, and he continued to hone his skills, doing the Panorama in New York, doing well there.
In London
in
as
London
well,
as well,
yes.
and doing well. And then just continued to grow. He's working now with Panbury.
Yes.
And every year they're producing some amazing
Yes.
music as well. And now today, he dropped this one here at the Savannah.
Well, that shocked me out of all. Huh?
So it certainly is, because when you really look at it, it's just so amazing that Andre could come and produce that kind of music here. And really, from Laventille Road in Federal Village, the Chord Masters with first experience, KMC's music, and really putting it together. And really, I suppose, having everybody just humming here right now and doing it as I say, a good day, of course, to the man himself, Andre White, who is here with us. And Andre, we may have to just do do a little bit of it after, because we have another band on stage. But quickly, give me your impressions, how you felt the band performed tonight.
Great performance. First, I want to say thank you to everybody. Thank you to Akua Elite, Chio K2, Mr. Powers.
You throw us a loop there, and when we saw Akua in the front of the band, so
Yeah, well, the idea was to show, you know what I mean? I just came off the plane. You know what I mean? First experience in the carnival. Akua come and say, yo, this is how you do it.
This is
Show
how
me.
we do it.
Yeah.
So you were following his lead.
Exactly.
There you go.
Exactly.
And tell me about this song. How you like this song?
Well, it was something that I wanted to try something different. I've heard single pan before. Actually, the backstory behind me and Chordmasters was I asked Powers to do the band. He didn't ask me. He didn't ask me because I wanted to try something different. I've never done it. I've done large, I've done medium, I've done small. I've arranged for all the bands pretty much around the world. And I said I want to try it, see what it's like, you know, see what the obstacles would be. And this was a song since I was growing up as a kid. It was a big song, 2005 by KMC. First experience, I felt it was fitting for me to give my interpretation, my first chance in the single pan arena, and I hope it went across well to the judges.
I thought it went very well, and I think based on what we saw in the preliminaries, so what we heard tonight, I think you could see a vast. Where did you put in your work? Where did you work? Where was the biggest set of work you felt you had to do?
Well, I purposely left the second half of the song kind of, not bare, but room to make additions. You know what I mean? Make enhancements to
Right.
the arrangement. And immediately as I heard the results from the prelims, I went, you know what I mean? I did my homework, sent the score off to Tio and Koa. I literally came in probably like a day or two after, and then we just worked. We just worked to tighten up. You know what I mean?
How are the players responding to your music? I see it when you do it up at Pambury. I see the response. How the players responded to this?
Great. They love the song. Actually, they kept asking me for more. They want more.
All right, well, once again, thanks, Andre. Thanks so much. As we get you over to stateside now, we got ready for band number 23 of 30, Pan on the Move Steel Orchestra. They had 251 points. Keith Rampersad is the lead of the band. Bertram Kelman and Desmond Mapo Richardson, the tuners. Long Time is the tune of choice. Alphonsus Castle, of course. Keon Robinson is the arranger. Band number 23 from Upper DeGan Street in Arima, Pan on the Move Steel Orchestra.
That's the band playing in position at number 23. Pan on the
Pan on the Move Steel Orchestra with long time. The second time tonight we're hearing this particular selection, and it seems to be a popular one at that, because I thought they executed it very well for a band that probably isn't as well known as some of the others. But
Arima.
certainly Pan on the Move is on the move. They're making their move up, so to speak, and doing another splendid job here at the Queen's Park Savannah.
They rent a tile. Remember those days in Mascam? When last year went to a party?
Oh gosh, it's been a while.
And Keon said tonight the black man feeling to party. Keon Robinson is the arranger, another young arranger, one who attended COSAT, which is different from the others at UTT and UE and stuff. And then he went on to NIU with Liam Teague in Illinois. His uncle, Kurt Robinson, would have been the one conducting there. And you saw the execution, and I believe Kurt also would have been the drill master, because he normally drill. Well, you know, they are a family from LH Pan Group, who has now gone up to small categories. So because of that, you have Keon being able to free up in the single pan now.
As well, yeah.
So when last year went to a party and he took you back anytime, he said the black man feeling to party, you go down mass camp and you rent a tile with a little tanty and you just rock. I love it.
Arrow, of course, in the house here, and the music songs still sound so rich and so good, you know, that when bands choose these songs, you know, they're not only playing just any song, they're playing a song that something means something to somebody.
If I am to be honest, in the preliminary round when it went down, it was good to make the next the semi-finals. It came in 22nd. And in a case like that, there was a lot left to be desired. When you listen to it, you wanted more, something more. And tonight we got that from Keon. I think Keon was playing it more safe, where he wanted to just get to the next round and then work on it and then get to the next round. He just gave it his all tonight.
Right, because there's no tomorrow, you know.
Exactly.
This is it.
One shot you have, Keon, and you did fantastic.
So that is the whole idea. Well, that was band number 23 of 30, so we still have 7 more to go.
It's been a long night.
But we're getting to that point now where...
It's getting intense.
Yep. And, you know, I'm in my mind, I'm not going to say it, but in my mind I'm thinking, I'm trying to be a judge here. But not scoring.
Me.
Not scoring like point by point. I'm just looking at overall performance. And I'm saying in my mind, well, this band might be leading right now, and this one might be second right now, and this one might be third right now. But then when I look up and I'm saying, boy, I don't know if they could hold them positions.
My name is not Ezra Joseph, Roger Sadina, Richard Pierre. I am none of Damian Phillip. I am Stephanie Joseph. I am none of them. I'm not trying to do that tonight. I am glad. Give me the PanTrinbago official title. I don't want to be a judge.
Well, I was just trying to create a program here, Trinidad's own. Trinidad's Got Talent.
No. Call me a Grenadian then. I'm Trinidadian, but no, I'm not judging tonight. Thank God.
But this is in my own little unscientific way of looking at the things and what I'm hearing from the bands,
good stuff
so
tonight.
to speak. Is that so that? So let's go just down the road again to the Woodbrook Playboys from 147 Trackweed Road in Port of Spain. Another one of those bands that, again, they won the Panorama already, so they know what it is to be in Winners Row. Can they now step up and do that? When they came in here, they came in with 259 points, but looking to go a lot better than that. Leroy Grant is the leader. Bertram Birch Kelman is the tuner. Kakaroach is the tune of Troy by Alwyn Roberts, the Lord Kitchener. Elijah Beckles and Christopher Mungle are the arrangers. We're listening to band number 24, Woodbrook Playboys with Kakaroach. Youth is served here with the Woodbrook Playboys Steel Orchestra putting together a wonderful performance here. Kaka Roach by the Lord Kitchener, Elijah Beckles and Christopher Mungle, the arrangers, two young men, and putting their heads together and coming up with a very jumpy, very lively performance.
Listen, there is a lady by the name of Rosemary Abraham and her husband Kurt Abraham and their daughter Chanel Abraham, all from St. Margaret's Steel Orchestra, St. Margaret's Superstars, that probably need to stand up wherever they are and take a bow here. Let me explain. Elijah Beckles, also known as Patchy, and Christopher Mungle. Well, I always thought Mungle was actually his nickname, but yeah. They're actually at UTT right now, and they're not even 21 years as yet. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Two young arrangers came together. They didn't just come together as arrangers. They brought the whole backup. So you had Xavier, Aquila, Colonel, David Yondi, Kosi, Deshaun, the whole of St. Margaret's line up there.
Plus they have a whole
and
set
then
of
the
fellas
whole
from Woodbrook, the whole
Invaders,
section there.
they practiced in Invaders. So they brought the whole reinforcement because they are from St. Margaret's. They went to school at Trinity and they played at Invaders as their conventional band. So they brought the reinforcement from St. Margaret's and the conventional band Invaders, and they came together and they just decided, here what's going on. Because they ran into this round in preliminaries, they ran around 11th, somewhere around there.
So they're right within
Which was,
distance.
I mean, it's very high for somebody who's now jumping out of into the game of arranging. They never really arranged anywhere. And they jumped out. And when they jumped out, they jumped hard at that preliminary round.
Certainly, as we hear a little bit more about that, and of course, we're getting ready for a champion band. We'll get to them.
The defending champs.
When we come back.
Hola everyone, this is Alicia Jagasa inviting you to the biggest ever Soca Parang Fiesta for Christmas season 2022. It's a tribute to Kenny G. It's happening on Saturday the 10th of December at Supper, showtime 6 p.m. and Sunday the 11th of December at Napa, showtime 4:30 p.m. I am going to be there with the big band Los Alumnos de San Juan, and I want you to bring your family and friends to hear us and many more wonderful artists. See you there.
The countdown has started for the most joyful, entertaining Christmas event ever.
Get your tickets now to be a part of Soca Parang Fiesta in tribute to Kenny J. Enjoy top stars like Myron B,
With a broken man like me.
Alicia Jagasa, Rokro, Marcia Miranda, Boza, Marilyn Williams, Rome, Eddie Charles, Ninja, Bindley B, the Xavier String, the Alumnos de San Juan, and your host for both nights, Dr. Ross.
If you need a roller stick, Hollywood man
For free. All happening at Soca Parang Fiesta.
This Saturday,
10th December, Sapa San Fernando, 6 p.m.
This Sunday,
Sunday 11th, Napa Port of Spain, 4:30 p.m. General admission tickets cost $300. Special reserve available on request.
Tickets also on sale at the venue all day of the show till showtime. For more info, call 331-4285.
I rode safe because life is precious. Plus, I can't afford to pay another speeding ticket.
A message from the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service.
I'm dreaming of a tropical Christmas.
Christmas of starlight poinsettias so bright.
For unto us a child was born, for unto us an ever-loving son. Like a thief in the night, he showed his light. Though he meant no harm, he came to save us from damnation. Together through this Christmas and forever, tie your ribbons.
Welcome back to the Queen's Park Savannah, where we're getting to where the air is rare, as they say, because we have a champion band on stage at the moment. In fact, they're the defending champions, co-champions.
One half,
because,
yes.
well, one half. We heard from Massacre earlier, and of course, we're getting ready now to hear from the Sour East Side, a symphony steel orchestra. And what a band, what a tradition, what a history that this band has, but it's about winning.
Yes, Sour East Side would have won 5 back-to-back with Duvon Stewart. And after winning that 5 back-to-back, they would have won 2 with Carlon, in the last 2 actually with Carlon Harewood.
And that's after he had won with
He had
Newtown
won
Playboys.
with Newtown Playboys and Trinidad East Side the year before. So he had 1 with Trinidad East Side, 2 with Newtown Playboys, and 2 with Sour All Stars. If he wins tonight,
That's 6
he
in
will
a
have
row.
1, 2, 3. So we'll see how that goes.
So let's take you stateside now for the champions. They are on 270 points coming in as the leaders. Of course, Andre Franco is the leader. Mario Joseph, the tuner. Earthquake from 1994 is the tune of choice by Lord Kitchener Alwyn Roberts. Carlon Harewood is the arranger from the corner of Eastern Main Road and Jerningham Street in Sour. Let's listen to band number 25, Sour East Side Symphony. Did somebody say fire? Well, of course, that's the Sour East Side Symphony Steel Orchestra. And now you understand why they are the defending champions, looking to successfully defend their title here tonight. And what another amazing performance and an amazing arrangement from Colin Herwood, a man certainly at the top of his game right now, looking to hold on to that title and maybe pick up a sixth title overall. Only time will tell whether the judges bought into it. Of course, Sour East Side Symphony doing it so good from Gillingham Street in Sour on the Eastern Main Road in Sour. Band number 25. Well, just before them, we heard from the Woodbrook Playboys Street Orchestra, and we told you earlier about the original Woodbrook Playboys. They kind of like spawned other bands, Woodbrook Playboys being one of those bands. And of course, Christopher Mungle is one of the arrangers, two young arrangers that we were chatting about here. And Christopher, tell me a little bit about your feelings after your band's performance there.
Feeling was something that, I always expected it to be like this feeling and everything like that. But it's different when you actually get to do, when you have dreams and you aspire to do certain stuff, and you actually come to reality, and it's a whole totally different feeling. A whole totally different feeling.
Well, and what about the vibes in the band? Because I think that is where you kind of got that feeling from.
Yeah.
Because you did the hard work. It was just about executing tonight.
Yeah, it was really about the only execution. But I know I will get the vibes that I want from my players, because these are the people who grew up with me, with Pan, almost 16 years now. So they feed off of me and I feed off of them. So that's how we work together. We have a chemistry.
Yeah, well, that's great. And what about the arranging thing? Most people would be happy just playing and stuff like that, but you kind of take a little detour. You're adding another layer to the whole thing.
My whole reasoning behind that, to a point in time in 2019 where I just, I was feeling like I needed to do something more than just playing Pan. And then during the pandemic, I was home, just sat down by myself, and I just get into the arranging thing, just on my laptop and everything. And eventually, I realized that, this is something that I really want to do, like, full-time. I will still play Pan, but that was something I want to do full-time. So I got the chance because I've been playing with Woodbrook Playboys for eight years now.
Right.
So the manager came to me and he asked me, and I told him yes.
Yeah. Quickly here, because before we go, because we have another band coming up here. Who was the arranger, as arrangers? Because you've seen all these other arrangers around, young and old, because there are a proliferation of young arrangers like yourself. But which arranger you kind of look at the most?
Michelle Watts. She was my vice principal in old school Trinity College, and she was the one who pushed me. She was my mentor towards everything else. So I had to give thanks to her, Michelle Watts.
Great indeed. Certainly it is. Christopher Mungle here with us as we continue our coverage here of the Panorama, of course, here on TTT. Nothing sweeter than Pan is the theme for this one here. And we have 25 bands already in the hatch. And we have band number 26 coming up in a short one. Blanca 47 is the band. They had 253 points coming into tonight from the preliminaries. So again, they have some work to do to try to catch up to Colin Herwood and the rest of the gang here, as they no doubt put on another amazing performance here at the Queen's Park Savannah, looking to hold on to that title. Colin has joined us here, of course, and Colin, congratulations on an amazing performance. I don't know where you find the music from, but you certainly got some of the music to come out in this arrangement. And it obviously speaks to you and what you like to accomplish, what it is about this category that just seemed to get you so fired up.
First to begin, I want to say congratulations to the players and management of Sour East Side, for really executing my music, or I usually say it's their music because it's through them I just get everything. So the first to begin, I want to say thanks for that, and the category is just fire. People just talk about, who won before and that sort of thing, but we're talking about now, and it just fueled me.
how important is it for you to probably leave a legacy? Because Duvon did it before, and now you kind of like either duplicating that or you're looking to build your own.
Yeah, well, big respect to Duvon Stewart. At the end of the day, he's a fantastic arranger, I must say. No crimes about that. I personally give him his flowers when I see him and say he's one of the greatest I ever see produce. So there's not no animosity thing about it. We're glad that he's come back in the competition to make it, People go back into the element.
You're competing with him tonight because he's coming.
I think I'm competing with the next 29 bands, not Duvon Stewart or Newtown. Next 29 bands.
But it's just 1 point separating the two of you all. But based on this performance, how are you feeling?
Excellent. I'm feeling fine about it. It was really, really good. The players really executed very, very much everything I asked for. They give on the stage. So it's up to the judges now.
Well, certainly. Thanks so much and congratulations again on a job well done. No doubt indeed there. That was, of course, Colin here with Now We Get In for Blanca 47, band number 26 on stage from Tanti Park in Le Bray. Natalia Phillip is the leader. Marvin Connor is the tune of the pants. The Will from 1982. And, of course, Erwin Reyes Johnson, Scrunter. And Shaquille Forbes is the arranger for this particular song from 1982 to Will by Blanca 47. all the way from La Brea in the deep south. Blanca 47 there with the Will 1982. But this Will was real lively. You know, when you listen to the Scrunters version of it, they speeded that up by a whole lot, and to give us a whole different sort of texture to the song.
Correct. Flo Go, the arranger. And you can't say Shaquille Forbes. You have to say Flo Go.
Press go. And that was it, yes?
The arranger reflected the arranger. Yep. Flo Go is highly energetic. And for those listening right now that know Flo Go personally, please inform Flo Go that I, Marcus Ash, says he has 48 hours to report to duty as an intern for his cousin UTT. Because he missed a few days. And I excuse it because of this competition. You have Flo Go, you have 48 hours before I start a minus marks and a dead serious. Friend or no friend, I don't care. So Flo Go, well done, you redeem yourself here. I need to see you within 48 hours or less or else. ...
Well, 48 hours from now, you're giving them until Friday.
Today is what? Wednesday? Thursday, Friday, midnight. Yeah. Friday midnight.
Where is he going to report to school?
Flo go know where to find me. Flo go know where to find me. But Blanca 47, kudos to them. They are the only band from South Central region that made it in now. You know, on a 9-day judging at preliminaries, when you are judging first, you're back against the wall. Right. Especially Tobago and South bands, and they have a disadvantage of that because you have that benchmark and you are high or low accordingly from what you hear. And South bands had it hard. There were 6 South Central region bands, 3 in Chaguanas and 3 deeper south. We started with Jarud's the second day, came up to Blanca 47, and then Laramine supervised. And Blanca 47, they came in around 20th, somewhere around there in the preliminary round.
253 points.
Yeah, that was hard. It's hard to come in, to play on the second night of judging, out of 9 nights, and still really make it there. Yeah. You had to do really well. So, Flo Go, kudos to you. Good job on what you did. Your team.
Give him an extra day now.
Extra day? Well, you get 2 extra days, 48 hours, and you need to report to somebody. Better send Flo Go a WhatsApp message or a text or a call or something. Now you know Flo Go mommy better be watching this right now. Flo Go mommy, if you know what good for your son.
Give him at least the weekend. You know?
What weekend? Nothing.
So
Flo Go don't need weekends.
Coming to school on Monday.
Flo Go is good. Listen to me. Weekend nothing. Flo Go 48 hours 48 or hours, else. No excuses.
Flo Go, here to do a partner. Send an arrangement for him.
Send an arrangement. A sick leave would work better.
Tell him this is in lieu of the classes.
In lieu of, no.
Tell him this is what I was working on all the time. So here it is. This is my work. And so this is the work that you have to correct and just do it like that. Tell him I'll come into class on Monday. That's all.
He deserved the rest, though.
But again, it was such a nice, lively performance from Blanca 47. This is a band that probably a lot of people probably didn't hear much from, but then when you hear, because I heard the music originally when it was first played, and I was playing it on the radio, and I'm listening to it, and and I'm saying, boy, there's plenty to work with here. In this one, and here tonight he comes with this now.
He worked with it.
And he certainly put in he put in a lot of work.
Yes.
Let's just put it that way. And certainly got it up to that standard. And Natalia Phillip, of course, is the leader of the band. And she, of course, must be very proud indeed. All the way from Tanti Park in La Brea. The La Brea Blanca 47.
And I think we have crossed about 10 UTT arrangers crossing the station.
Yep,
we've passed that number now.
Certainly it is. And of course, one of the things that I think stands out this, Marcus, is the tunes, the choice, the selections that they've chosen. And I think kudos to the arrangers or whoever selected the songs.
The music, yeah.
We've selected some really great songs. And what I like, we didn't have too many repeats. if you know what I mean.
Correct.
We have just
the
a
maximum
few.
you had two bands play the same song, maximum. I don't think any
long
band
time.
went
I think
over
two
that.
bands played long time.
Yeah,
You
and
know,
that was it.
Yeah.
Two bands played a KMC, but not
Yeah,
necessarily the same
Yeah,
song.
you know.
So, yeah.
Couple played Kitchener, but
Yeah,
again, different
songs. Yeah.
Because we heard the Will a little while ago, we heard the Earthquake, then we heard
Cockroach,
you know, and
yeah.
earlier we heard a
Pan
couple
Night
of
and
this,
Day
yeah,
earlier,
you
yeah.
know. And that's the genius of Kitchener. His music is so well constructed that any arranger would enjoy, you know, working with that music and trying to put their own little stamp on it.
I think Kitchener has lived the test of time to compose in that era, perform, mash up the place in that era, and still have it coming down through the decades to present.
And of course, it presents a challenge to arrangers, and I think a lot of arrangers accept that challenge too, because somewhere along the line, somebody else might have arranged that, you know, wherever. And so now you're saying, boy, let me try my hand at this and see what I could do with this.
But I don't want a song like the other.
Just like the other person. So that is always the challenge here. Okay, folks, we have 4 to go, and we start with band number 27. 251 points coming into tonight's finals. Curep Polyphonic Steel Orchestra, and from the corner of Evans and Harris Streets in Curep. They're led by a management committee, no one individual leading this particular band. And Ronald Matthews is the tuner of the pans. Band from Space from 2007, another unique selection here to speak. Amrit Samaru is the man putting together, who composed this, and Edwin Crazy Ayong is the man who put the voice on it. Nigel Diaz is the one arranging it for the band this evening. So let's take you now to the band from Curep Polyphonic Steel Orchestra. from the corner of Evans and Harris Street in Curep. Curep Polyphonics Steel Orchestra putting down another strong performance here at the Queen's Park Savannah as we kind of wind down to the 30th band, all 30 of them to perform for you here. This was band number 27, and of course, an Amrit Samaru composition, sung by Crazy Edwin Ayong and arranged by Nigel Diaz, the band from Space from 2007. But just before that, we heard from Blanca 47, the band from out there in La Brea, and Marlon Nathaniel was the co-captain of the band. And Marlon is here with me, and Marlon, congratulations on a wicked performance. Because I know the hard work that goes into something like that. From preliminaries to tonight, what was that like?
Hey, it was crazy. It was crazy. Hey, I don't even have the words to describe that whole transition, because with the semi-finals being cancelled both nights, both days, on the Saturday and Sunday. And then, well, we had some real hiccups with guys working and school and exams and all of that, because, this is exam time.
Right.
And it's a young, energetic band that we just love what we do, and we're doing it for the love of Lubbock.
So how you got them, I mean, even the ones who might have had to miss sessions or something?
It was hard. It was hard. It was real hard getting them guys and them out, because sometimes we call practice at 6 and 7, 8 who now flowing in from work, from school.
Right.
So so the wee hours we practice up to 2 o'clock yesterday morning.
Right.
And people still had to go to work
today, right? And then come to
come
perform.
Up here.
Yeah.
And I think we is the only band from
the South Central.
Central.
And I wanted to ask you about that as well. What is what has been the response to the band in the La Brea community?
In the La Brea area, now it's a real struggle, seeing that. Remember, we have NGC La Brea Nightingales too. Also, there's a large band. So many people do not know that it also have a single band
in the community.
So it's a new thing for them. So when they hear us practicing, they still feel it's Nightingales and not Blanca. Right. So, but the response was overwhelming.
And where does the name come from?
Originally is Casablanca, right? It's not a La Brea band really. It's Casablanca originate from the old Casablanca and DJ Marcel, that from La Brea, right? He was instrumental in getting us, because his brother Tyrone Marcel, who passed away just recently, right? He always wanted to do a single band sign in La Brea. And we saw this opportunity to take that opportunity to go with Blanca.
And here we are. In the finals.
In the finals.
Well, that's great, because and I would imagine, what was the discussion among the players? How they felt about it going to a final once they knew they were in?
Crazy, because it's a bunch of young, energetic. My son is 8 years, going on 9 in February, and he was one of our guitar players. Right. And the young arranger, it have a couple of first Panorama for a couple of them, right?
So it's a big thing for them.
First arrangement for Shaki's Flogo Joe. This is his first arrangement.
So we tell him it's press go, when he
press
says
go.
Press go.
It had no turning back there. That's it.
I would imagine that. So again, Marlon, thank you. Congratulations on a splendid performance.
Thank you so much.
We certainly look forward to the judges doing their part now.
That's right.
And see how they come up with it. But tell me what, regardless of what happens, I think you all could be pretty satisfied with what you give tonight.
We came out to enjoy ourselves, and that's what we did.
That's good.
So
the judges are separate.
That's right.
That's a separate thing.
That's right.
We dealing with
That's
performance
right.
here.
Performance, yes.
And that is the main thing. Again, Marlon, congratulations
Thank you so much.
on a
Thank you
job
so much. Thank
well
you so much.
done. Don't go yet because we're getting ready for another band. This,
Nice.
of course, is band number 28 of 30 folks. So we're almost there. So just bear with us. And we know it could drag on sometimes, but I think they're moving pretty quickly. So we're in band number 28 now, and if you're hearing the music in the background, it's another Aldrin Roberts composition. The Lord Kitchener
the boss
is the Panorama, and of course this is from 1973. Remember, the year before was the year when we really had the Panorama, and then he just put it in song in 73.
1973 is when I born in
The Panjamas Steel Orchestra out of Cantaro Village. So we went down deep south, and now we're coming back to Santa Cruz area there. In the Cantaro Village in Santa Cruz. Nicole Artley is the leader of the band, and Robert Tubbett is the tuner of the pans for this band. Of course, the tune of choice is Panorama, a 1973 composition and a song by the man himself, Aldrin Roberts, the late Lord Kitchener. Robert Tubbett is the arranger of the band itself. So we're paying tribute to Kitchener. 100 years. Certainly, had he lived, it would have been 100 years this year. So it's all part of the celebration here. As we say, nothing sweeter than pan. And they look resplendent in their colors, and certainly look like they're ready to put down work here at the Queen's Park Savannah. 249 points coming into this one. The Panjamas Steel Orchestra out of Santa Cruz with Panorama. The Panjamas Steel Orchestra Band, number 28 out of Cantaro Village in Santa Cruz, led, of course, by Nicole Artley, Robert Tobit, the tuner and the arranger for this particular song, and, of course, Rainorama from 1973, the Lord Kitchener doing it back then and still sounding as sweet as ever in 2022, right here at the Queen's Park, Savannah. So as we said, folks, we have 2 more to go in terms of the number of bands. La Familia United are coming up next, and they will be followed by another one of those big guns. They are second in the standings coming in from the preliminaries, but all of that kind of goes out the window because it's like you're starting afresh tonight, and you have to build your points here from 0, and we'll get to them in a little bit. But a short while ago we heard from another one of those, I don't want to call them new bands, but a band that is building as they come along. Kirab Polyphonics Steel Orchestra, and Wayne Bagu is the man you're seeing to my side here. And Wayne, congratulations on a splendid performance tonight. But give me your feeling. How you feel about it?
I really pleased with the performance tonight. Right tempo, speed, everything was just perfect tonight.
Yeah.
You know,
a lot of hard work went into it.
A lot of hard work went into it. We practice every night, rain or no rain.
Right.
We practice. We were fortunate enough to get the use of Pozata Panyard to do our rehearsals, and even when the rain came, we just go inside the yard. So we worked hard to get it.
Well, that's good, because I would imagine this is kind of like a labor of love in a lot of ways.
Yes.
So when you could bring everybody together and then come and put on a performance like that must be very gratifying for you, I suppose for the band in general.
That's right. The whole band, it was like an upliftment tonight. It felt really good. You know, I think we will be in the running tonight.
Well, that's good, because it certainly is. That's what this is all about. You know?
Yeah.
And what I like is come like just the football as well, where you have a team like Morocco just kind of breaking down barriers, so to speak.
Yes.
And, you know, when they were coming in, nobody really gave them much of a chance.
That's right.
But here they are in the quarterfinals. So who is to say Korea Polyphonics can't be right up there with the rest of them? But now, who selected the song, though? How did they come up with Band from Space?
In the middle of September, we started practice for Panorama. We did 2 songs. We did Fire in the Backseat, and as soon as the arrangers put down this tune, Band in Space, everybody just gravitated to this tune. And we really enjoyed playing this tune, because a lot of melodic lines and all that. We really
things to work with.
Yes, things to work with.
Well, that's pretty good, because and what I like too is that there are a lot of young people in the band who are playing music. Some of them weren't even born yet, and you know, and they seem to catch it. They get the spirit of the song.
Yeah. And you know, tonight was nice because we had Crazy with us, and we met Amrit. Amrit came and the band. He said, "You all did a good job," you know, and seeing the person who composed
the song and then the one who sang it as well. It must be a big upliftment, big lift for the band as they go forward. So we want to wish you all the best, hoping that the judges see things your way. And that, but my thing is, when you perform the way you all performed tonight, the judging is just cherry on top, if you know what I mean. The main thing is to get everybody as one, performing as one, and giving it their best shot, so to speak. I think the folks in Europe, the whole of Korea must be very, very proud of the band. So once again, congratulations there. Wayne Bagu joining us here.
Thank you for having me.
Yep, my pleasure to talking a little bit about the Korea Polyphonic Steel Orchestra as they performed here at the Savannah with their band from Space. But we just heard from the Rainorama, and they, of course, is, you can just hold on there 1 second, I was going to quit it. And so they, of course, we just heard from the Rainorama, and that was from 1973, where we go into 1991 now, as we get in something and Wave. That's the tune of choice for the band La Familia United from 48 Cascade Road, right here in Cascade, just north of us here at the Queen's Park, Savannah. And another northern band, Roger Whiteman, is the leader of the band, and Mario Joseph is the tuner of the bands. Get Something and Wave from the band La Famille United, of course, Austin Blue Boys Lion, who composed it and sang it as well. And it's arranged for the band by one of the more dynamic arrangers, Arden Herbert, of course, of Invaders fame here, and no doubt a man who is coming here to put his hat in the ring as best as possible and try and see if he can't upset the apple cart, move up the table. 256 points. Let's listen to Get Something and Wave from La Famille United.
United. Get something.
From 48 Cascade Road in Cascade, La Familia United with Get Something and Wave from 1991.
Slept on La Familia. I slept on them. Let me explain to you.
You didn't see them, eh?
Woo! Listen. So, preliminary night of judging. They judge either between the 4th or 5th night of
Right.
judging. Smack that in the middle. They were the first band to judge on that night, and they had just gotten to the venue and set up, and the judges arrived. I was there. They didn't have a chance to warm up. It was just go. And when I heard it, I was like, oh, Lord, the song cold. Well, we know who had now. Roger Whiteman, the leader of the band, not even in the best of health right now. And Roger, I hope this arrangement tonight lift your spirit and your health. Get well soon. We know you have some more years to live. We torture each other. Roger and I torture each other. Once we are alive, we have to torture each other.
Right.
So, I wish Roger a speedy recovery so that way we could continue to torture each other.
If you guys are just seeing something just blinking on your screen there,
That's
is
Arden Herbert
that's Arden
Wyman.
Herbert getting something on Wave. And no doubt we'll be chatting with him in a little bit. But of course, as we try to arrange to get him in here, just to get his thoughts on how he felt the band performed here tonight at the Queen's Park Savannah. And as you said, based on what they did in the preliminaries to where they are now, it would be interesting to hear from him.
They are warm, hot.
Yep.
Tonight is lit.
So it certainly we'll get to Arden in a little bit as soon as we get an opportunity to bring him in here to get his thoughts on his performance here today. Well, of course, folks, we've had 29 bands so far. We're getting ready for the 30th and final band here today. This, of course, is the Newtown Playboys Steel Orchestra. But we just heard from another one of the North bands, La Familia United, from 48 Cascade Road in Cascade. And the man doing the arrangement, once again, is Arden Herbert. Arden, congratulations on another amazing performance here this evening. But how are you feeling? You're waving on the front of the screen. I've only seen your hand coming in the picture.
I always feel great when the performers execute. I'm feeling really great, really wonderful. We are really blessed. We have really talented players, and the sort of man and woman hours they put in, the commitment, the dedication to the culture, to the art form, superb.
And I saw a couple of your players from Invaders follow you.
Yes. Well, I mean, like everything else and every other band, players kind of gravitate to the arranger that they familiar with, arrangers that they like playing, or sometimes they just want the challenge. So, it's really good to have their support as well as the individuals that do not play in bands that I normally arrange for.
Well, that's good, and I suppose that's kind of broadening their own horizon as well, because they get exposed to something new.
Correct.
And somebody new.
Yes.
One of the things I wanted to ask you is that transition from arranging for a single pan band to arranging for a conventional steel orchestra. So let's just do the comparison now. Arranging for La Familia and arranging for Invaders. What is the biggest difference?
I think for me the biggest difference is the instrument limitation, because sometimes there are notes that the pans don't have, the basses may not have. I may want to play in a particular key, the basses may not have, so that we always have to substitute and find alternatives. But generally the arrangement, the structure, the style, the vibes, the community is basically the same. But again, for me, the only thing is the limitations. But someone was telling me that they found that single pan now has moved away from the traditional sound of the pan around the neck. It is no longer that sweet groove. They were saying, right? It's just it's so much notes, and it's so complicated, and it's so complex, and it's so highly orchestrated. So there are there's an argument for both sides, but music is about the whole evolution, and we can't hold it back. We got to let it go, and trust me, it's gonna come right back around.
Well, certainly, because, I've always looked at that and say, why arrangers must be banging their heads against a wall trying to figure out how to fit this in on a 3-note pan, and what to do with it, and how to generate some of those sounds.
And the good thing is, they are now, well, not now, but they have been creating single pans with all the notes. So they have realized the limitation, most bands, and they have extended that. So so it's interesting how out of necessity, creation develops.
and get something on wave.
Yes.
You always had that in the back of your mind, or
No,
somebody
I mean,
chose that for the band?
Well, in any band that I go in, I always speak to the management or the stakeholders that are involved. So we always come to a consensus, and we say, hey, this is what's best for the organization.
Well, certainly, Adam, congratulations once again.
Thank you much.
On a job well done. Stay right there,
All
because
right.
we're getting ready for the 30th and final band here at the Queen's Park Savannah. We started at number 1, and here we are. Bashment to Carnival is the tune of choice from the Newtown Playboys Steel Orchestra from 64 Trackwood Road in Newtown. Latifa Jamat is the leader of the band. Sherwin Pierre and Ross Thomas, the tuners of the band. Ken Marlon Charles, KMC, is the Bashment to Carnival composer and singer, and it's arranged for the band by Duvon Stewart, who has had 11 titles to his name already. Can he add a 12th in this category? Only time will tell. Let's sit back and listen to Bashment to Carnival by the Newtown Playboys.
Tragrid Road in Newtown.
But there's this, folks, 30 bands, but what a ending here by the Newtown Playboys Steel Orchestra from 64 Tragrid Road in Newtown, Port of Spain. Duvon Stewart's magic here for the band. It was bashment to carnival, mashing up the place.
We end on a bashment note. What a way to end.
Certainly an amazing performance indeed, and you just felt the energy in the band.
We have the 2017-2018 champs attempting to get it back to them. It's a tough battle this evening.
Duvon is back in the house.
Duvon is back after a 5-year hiatus. He disappeared for 5 years from this category, and now he is back. Let's see if he takes up where he left off from. Let's see what the judges say.
But he's looking for title number 12 in this category. But we'll hear from Duvon when we come back.
Yes, we will.
Richard Pear, Roger Sardina, and Stephanie Power. Our tabulators, the stage crew, and our track stewards.
On the first day of Christmas, my sweetness gave to me a chance to make my Christmas merry. Sweet 100 will be the sweetness this Christmas as we celebrate the sweetest 100 days of Christmas. We're set to make your Christmas brighter when we light up the Christmas tree with 100 bells. There are 100 gifts under the tree. One of them could be yours. Simply count down the sweetest 100 days of Christmas with us. And when you call, give us the correct number we're up to in the sweet 100 days of Christmas. Give us the access phrase, on the day of Christmas, my sweetness gave to me. Make those your first words to us whenever you call, and you could win a gift under the tree. So join us for My Sweetness Gave to Me on Sweet 100.1 FM, celebrating the sweetest 100 days of Christmas. Sponsored by...
Penny Gomez, and welcome to Pop, the award-winning Pop. Aye, 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 it's the rhythm man himself, Shirley Winchester. Oh, so, Shirley Winchester, this is your life.
I tried to find that sweet spot.
Oh, you get my sweet spot?
I wanted to create an image for myself. You see me, I think I don't my clothes on the stage.
And a stripper was what you decided to go with, Eddie.
I don't know,
Help us. Help us, help us. You don't have to use all the ingredients. Use what you think will not give me diarrhea.
So mine kind of close to a bum.
Are you allergic to peanut butter?
I'm just allergic to anything tasting bad. This shirt is throwing me off. The color seems extra long.
This one called Stay Home.
I think it's $20 wine they sell around here, cycle short.
There is no excuse for this.
Well, let's say I am the Zessa.
Hey.
And everybody feeling Irish. What we do? What?
At least one in every 3 women in Trinidad and Tobago has experienced domestic violence within their lifetime.
More than 24 women are murdered by their partners every year. Many of them would have faced this problem in silence or alone.
Too many of us turn a blind eye or sit by while our women and girls face family violence.
Aside from the islandetickets.com website, which you can purchase those online tickets, you can also get those tickets at the PanTrinbago head office. And that's the corner of Duke and
As we welcome you back here to the Queen's Park Savannah, we just heard from 30 of the best single pan bands in the world. And of course, capped off by that amazing performance from Newtown Playboys. But it all started so long ago, earlier this evening with band number 1 with the Pan Stereo Nets. And they played a fantastic Friday by Super Blue. And now the Bashment to Carnival to bring the curtains down. But it's what happened in between that made this such an amazing night of pan. And I think all the bands really deserve
a chance in this finals. They definitely each one showed why they deserve to be in this finals tonight.
It certainly has been amazing. Remember, it's now in the hands of the judges.
Not us. Not
40
us.
points for arrangement, 40 points for general performance, 10 for tone, and 10 for rhythm. That's what the judges are basing all their marks on here tonight.
And if you're just joining us, how it is, it will be out of 300 points. There are 6 judges. Right now, as we speak, there is a draw that is happening where they will pick judge number 1 to 5 with the alternate. So no judge know what number they are. Once the alternate has been decided, that scores will be eliminated. Then they will eliminate the highest and the lowest score.
That's left in the 5.
And yeah, that's correct. And then it will be out of the other 3 scores where you will find whatever mark they got out of 300.
Well, it certainly is good. And again, that's what the arrangers are pushing for, to try to get the marks in the arrangement. And, of course, to get the band to perform.
Of course, that general performance is very critical.
That's 40 points, you know.
Of course, just the equivalent to the arrangement.
Yep. You certainly have to put your stuff together and get it done. Now, I'm not sure if we're going to be able to get the results for you in as quick a time, but we certainly, when we go through these bands again, we've had some big performances. We've had some bands that maybe people didn't even think about, but they certainly put in some big performances, and all of a sudden you have to kind of sit up and take note of them.
What just happened there?
You know, we've had some good music. I think the capabilities of the panists certainly enhance some of these arrangements because arrangers could only give them what they're capable of playing. You know. And if he doesn't think they can handle it, he will pull back.
Of course.
But if he feels that they know what they're doing and so he just gives them more and more. And we see that with some of the seasoned arrangers.
Correct.
They know how to push the buttons.
Correct.
And what to tweak here and what to tweak there to get that holistic sound that they're looking for. But I think what I think PanTrinbago must be very proud of putting on this event as a standalone event in December, and to get this kind of buy-in from these bands.
Yeah, what PanTrinbago really wanted was to give each band their fair hearing. When you do all the categories in the carnival season with all the fetes and the mass and the
some of them get lost.
Some of them got lost. So now when you do it as a standalone event, because many people think this is not pan season, there's no season for pan. This is National Musical Instrument of Trinidad and Tobago. Pan belongs to us all months of the year. Just we had Steel Band month in August. September we had Steel Fest leading into October, into the launch of Carnival, into the launch of Panorama, into the single pan, into the small bands as early as next week.
Monday, yep.
Yes, and then we head into Christmas season, followed by the semis and finals of the small. Into Junior Panorama, medium and large will have their show together, but the finals will be separated. Of course, we head back to Tobago for the finals of the medium bands, and then we return for the largest standalone. It is time for the Panorama to finish at a reasonable hour. Note well, tonight we had 10 extra bands due to an act of God, but
we still made decent time.
We still was able to complete it in a decent time.
Well, it's been an amazing night of pan, and we certainly want to thank you for being a part of the action. Stay with us here on TDT and on Talk City 91.1 FM, hoping that you enjoyed what you have, and remember to stay with us as we have you covered for Carnival 2023. And of course, this is just the beginning of the pan here on TDT and on Talk City, as we have the small conventional, as Marcus said. You have the small conventional coming up shortly into January, early January, followed by the medium and the large.
With the junior
and
Panorama
the
in
junior in
between.
between as well. And of course, some of these same arrangers will also be on show there as well. So if you like what you got from them tonight, look out for them when they have more instruments, more pans to work with, and certainly a bigger, richer sound to produce for you. So again, on behalf of Marcus and also on behalf of Ria, who was here with us earlier, we want to thank you for being with us, and we encourage you to take away. Well, we will try to stick around for the results, but we'll get to that when we come back.
Too much to do to get ready for Christmas? World Cup Series is getting the better of you.
I want to soak it all up. You know, the culture, the music, the men. That's what I'm talking about.
This Saturday at 9:05 p.m., tune in to TTT for the fun-filled Girlfriend's Getaway movie.
You have until midnight to get my money.
What are we going to do? We call the police. We just purchased a pound of weed, but the drug dealer kidnapped our girlfriend because we didn't pay him his money. You want to go to jail? No, I don't want to go to jail. This is your fault, you pothead. If you want the money, you give us the girl.
Look, you watching too much Scarface.
Girlfriend's Getaway, this Saturday at 9:05 p.m., only on TTT.
I am Penny Gomez, and welcome to Pop, the award-winning Pop. Aye, 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 it's the rhythm man himself, Sheridan Winchester. So, Sheridan Winchester, this is your life.
I tried to find that sweet spot.
Oh, you get my sweet spot?
I wanted to create an image for myself. You see me, I think I'm not all my clothes on the stage.
And a stripper was what you decided to go with, Eddie.
I don't know boxer shorts.
Help us. Help us, help us. You don't have to use all the ingredients. Use what you think will not give me diarrhea.
So mine can close to a bomb.
Are you allergic to peanut butter?
I'm just allergic to anything tasting bad. The shirt is throwing me off. The color seems extra long.
This one called Stay Home.
I think this is $1 wine they say around here cycle shorts.
There is no excuse for this.
Well, let's say I am the Zessa.
Hey.
And everybody feeling Irish. What we do? What?
At least one in every 3 women in Trinidad and Tobago has experienced domestic violence within their lifetime.
More than 24 women are murdered by their partners every year. Many of them would have faced this problem in silence or alone.
Too many of us turn a blind eye or sit by while a woman and girls face family violence.
I'm dreaming of a tropical Christmas, of star-like poinsettias so bright.
For unto us a child was born, for unto us an ever-loving son. Like a thief in the night, he showed his light. Though he meant no harm, he came to save us from damnation. Together through this Christmas and forever, tie your ribbons.
But the story behind my home was kind of a personal story in terms of what can we do as a people, what can we do as individuals. I didn't call the song Our Home. I called the song My Home to try to make it a bit more individual to you and your story. I guess my story was more a fusion of all these experiences outside of Trinidad and in Trinidad, and hearing people talk about our country and talk about our instrument and our music. It's more an instrumental piece of music, but there are words coming in and out, and the words coming in and out has to do with how we build the future and how we shape this place we call our home, or my home.
As Trini as this piece is, the world is really our home. So the piece speaks on different levels because of that. And during this pandemic, it's interesting because the world is so disconnected, but it's also more connected, especially us as musicians.
But in this virtual world, how do we kind of bring the musical communities of the steel band and the big band, and how do we bring this all together?
The steel band is such a wall of sound, and so figuring out ways to space the ensemble out, so you orchestrate and there's spaces for other instruments to come in. And so that's been the fun part of working on this arrangement. It's going to be a global project. It's going to feature a big band and orchestra in the U.S.
Doing projects like this with people not only in Trinidad and Tobago, but in the future, people from orchestras, big bands, we don't know where they will be. They may be in Australia, they may be in London, they may be in the US, who knows. The music that we make on this instrument has the power to unify people all over the world. And the virtual environment helps to do that.
Inspire, motivate, encourage, hope. It's about topical issues. It's about everything that you would want to know about hope, about life. At the end, you're going to say, yes, if he can do it, I can do it too. If she can, I can do it too.
No matter what they say, living in victory every day.
Nicole Lawson Live, living in victory every day. Every Wednesday at 5 p.m. and Saturday at 7:05 p.m. on TTT.
Trinidad and Tobago, our beautiful steel band music family. It's the world's greatest steel orchestra from the hills of Laventille. The Desperado Steel Orchestra in concert with Pan for the Cathedral on Friday, 9th December at Napa from 7:30 p.m. The Holy Trinity Cathedral, one of the oldest buildings in the capital city of Port of Spain. A heritage site, was built with blue limestone from the Laventille Quarry by the people of Laventille some 200 years ago. Now, it's Desperados in a Christmas classical concert at the Lord Kitchener Auditorium, Napa, on Friday, 9th December from 7:30 p.m. for the restoration of the cathedral that suffered significant earthquake damage. Tickets go on sale at Napa box office at $350 VIP seating, $300 general seating. First come, first serve. It's our evening of Pan for the restoration of the Holy Trinity Cathedral with a special tribute to the Lord Kitchener. Let's join for a fantastic fundraiser for our historic cathedral structure. See you there for a wonderful time and meaningful cause.
I am your mother,
aunt, grandmother,
guardian, friend, and I promise to protect you in all situations because someone has hurt you, violated you, harmed you, abused you, and you were brave enough to tell me.
You trusted me. You came to me for help.
To defend, for support, to protect you.
No amount of money or bribes, favors, or gifts will stop me.
You are most important to me.
You are worth more to me than any material thing.
I will do all in my power,
in my heart,
to make sure that you are taken care of and that justice is served and you thrive. Together, my daughter,
my son,
my child, we will live and love. I will protect you.
Break the silence. Report all cases of child sexual abuse.
Back here to the Queen's Park Savannah. We're just standing by for the official results from this evening's competition. We had 30 bands. Of course, we started with the Pan Stereonettes, Fantastic Friday, followed by La Creole, Pan Groove, Nadu That, Uni Stars, Flag Woman, Stardust, Breakaway, Massacre, Steel Orchestra, Pan by Storm, Gonzalez Shakers, Out and Bad, Royal Stars, Pan Symphony Festival Song, New Pioneers, Pan Groove, Get Something and Wave, Trinidad and Tobago Fire Service, Caribbean Connection, Sour All Stars, Pan Night and Day, Pan Elites, Steel Orchestra, Long Time, the TNT Prison Service, Steel Orchestra, Take a Borrow, Scrunters, Pan Groove, Mashup, Metro Stars, D-Band coming, Trinidad Nostalgic, Steel Orchestra with Curry Tabanka. And they were followed by Arima All Stars, One Day, Platinum, Steel Orchestra, Party Time Again, Worldwide, Steel Orchestra, Ooh La La, the original Woodbrook Modernaires, Fiery, Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, Jab Jab, Brimblers, All Are We Is One Family, Chord Masters, First Experience, Pan on the Move, Steel Orchestra, Long Time, Woodbrook Playboys, Cockroach, Sour Eastside Symphony, Earthquake, Blanca 47. So let's take it now to the results as we've been standing by for that.
Number 29 is scoring 244 points. Pan Stereonets, Fantastic Friday. We have a tie at position number 27. Stardust and Scrunters Pan Groove, both scoring 248 points. Stardust gave us Breakaway and Scrunters Pan Groove, Mashup. We have another tie in position 25. Pan Elites and Blanca 47, both scoring 254 points. Pan Elites, they gave us Long Time and Blanca 47, The Will. We have another tie in number 23. New Pioneers, Pan Grooves, and Brimblers scoring 256 points. Pioneers, Pan Groove giving us Get Something and Wave. Brimblers, All Are We Is One Family. Number 22, Pan Jammers, Panorama scoring 258 points. In position number 21, Curep Polyphonics, doing for us Band from Space, 259 points. Worldwide Steel Orchestra fills the 20th position with Ooh La La, 260 points. Position 19 with 261 points, Woodbrook Playboys, Cockroach. We have a triple tie here at number 16, scoring 264 points each. San Juan All-Stars, Pan Night and Day, Modernaires, Fiery, and Pan on the Move, Long Time.
In 15th position with a score of 265 points, La Creole Pan Groove. In position 14 with a score of 266 points, Uni Stars. We have a tie for 12th place, both bands scoring 268 points, Platinum and Massacre. we have a four-way tie for position 8. These bands scoring 269 points. La Familia United, Arima All-Stars, Trinidad Nostalgic, and the Trinidad and Tobago Prison Service Steel Orchestra. There is a tie for position 6 with 272 points, Metro Stars and Gonzalez Chicas. The band placing in position 5 scored 274 points, Trinidad and Tobago Police Service Steel Orchestra. There is a tie for third position. The bands scoring 276 points, Newtown Playboys and the Trinidad and the Tobago Fire Service Steel Orchestra. The band placing in second position scored 279 points, and the band in first position scored 282 points. In second place with 279 points, Stand One Eastside Symphony. Your 2023 National Single Pan Champions with 282 points, Chord Masters, and their selection, First Experience.
What a result that turned out to be. Chord Masters. Remember when I told you I have an idea who was leading?
Yes.
And I couldn't say because I wanted to hear what was coming behind. It was actually Chord Masters that I had in front. And when Mr. White said this is how he arranged the song, this is what he was doing for, he really delivered on what his plan was, and what a performance. It turned out to be second place, what you said. You surprised by that?
I am. And Newtown Playboys in third place, tie with TNT's Fire Service. Fifth position, we are trying to make a Police Service. A tie for sixth position between Metro Stars and Gonzalez Chicas.
Then we had a tie for
Then
8.
we had a four-way tie for position number 8 between La Familia United,
Arima All-Stars,
Trinidad Nostalgic, and TNT Prison Service.
Yep.
So that would have been around the first 10 places, as you would have heard it.
We will try to get them, get the official results for you, but for all intents and purposes, folks, this is where the thing is, and it's Chord Masters.
And they have now made history of adding their name to the champions list. Congratulations are in order to Andre White.
282 points.
Yes, 282 points. Andre White has done it in Trinidad and Tobago. I dare say he is actually the first foreign arranger to win a Panorama in Trinidad and Tobago now.
Well, he is certainly breaking down barriers, if you know what I mean.
Definitely.
We're showing where he is, and of course, there he is. And Akula is out there.
Akua has received the trophy.
Akua picking up the trophy for Chord Masters. He started conducting the band, and then Andre came out.
That's right.
And took over. So what a duo! Two outstanding panists, educators, you name it. They are certainly cut from the same cloth, if you know what I mean. Innovative. And, of course, men who understand where this instrument can go, and they're just pushing the buttons to try to get them there as well. So, again, our congratulations to chord masters. I tell you what, when we heard them, you know, I'm saying in my mind, it's going to be hard to beat. That's what I was saying. That's why I didn't tell you anything.
The preliminary round, they were the preliminary round. They had already cemented their statement then.
Yep, they came in with 265 points. They were in 4th position thereabouts. And you know, they played in position 22 tonight. So that's a good position because you have a gauge of what went before, and you kind of set a marker for those to come behind. And they certainly did that. And again, congratulations to Andre White. First experience, KMC again in the house, doing his bit here. And congrats to Richard DeCoto, because I know Richard from playing football, and he's always been in the Pan fraternity. So he must be a very happy man. Now he could tell Barrington and them from up in Sawa, you know. Not only you all could win this, you know.
Of course.
We know about winning 2 here at Chord Masters. So, again, our congratulations, Cheo Kato and all those guys.
Who assisted,
the whole Panberry group that helped them in this whole thing.
Yes.
It's a congrats to them. So, again, your final thoughts here, how you felt this whole experience was here today.
We've come to the end of a very dynamic season, and we are happy. It's been a long time. It's been very dynamic. We had a lot of bands entering. We had to remove some to get into the semifinals. The semifinals being cancelled due to the weather. We had to move in. We knew it would have been a long night, and strange enough, I think we still finished before the time I expected.
Yeah, a lot of people had 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, but we are way ahead of that. Again, our congratulations to the Chord Masters. First experience, 282 points. Our Eastside Symphony Earthquake, 279 points. Same as the Newtown Playboys with Bashment, and of course, the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service Steel Orchestra with Jab Jab, 274 points. So those are your top 5 so far, and of course, we had a number of ties for 6th place, Gonzalez Shakers, Metro Stars, and of course, but it's $250,000 going to Chord Masters, and we certainly want to congratulate them. On behalf of Marcus Amroskin, thanks to Ria as well for making it possible. Thanks to you for being a part of it all, and we hope you enjoyed the whole experience. On behalf of the entire team, thank you, and we hand you back to the studio.
This is TTT. Live for local.